Greetings and welcome to the People's Ascension for the big finale, the grand finale of our Heroic Chord demo play miniseries, The Creeping Tangle. This is episode 4 of our 4-part arc, and it's going to be a big one. It's going to be a real big one. So I am excited for it. Few minor asterisks at the end of that. Finales do have a tendency to, or a potential to run long, just because, well, we have to finish the show. So I've encouraged all my players to have at it as they normally do, have as much roleplay as they want, take the show in whatever direction they want. Within reason. But there is definitely, a problem that needs to be solved. So we're going to play until we solve it. I say that, but we still have our normal hard cutoff time around 7 a.m., 7 p.m., my time, EST. If we do go long, we'll probably cut the after show for this week, but that is primarily because next week, our post-game analysis of Heroic Chord and the Creeping Tangle will have a sort of extended after show as part of it. But we're only going to do that if it's absolutely necessary, because I would love to have an after show about the finale while everything is still fresh. And the second asterisk to that is, if necessary, we may, just as we did at the end of the Siren Sun demo play, we might have to wrap things up in a more collaboratively narrative sort of cutscene moment. But again, only if necessary, and that will be a collaborative process to everyone's enjoyment. Anyway, let's get on with things. I'm going to try to keep announcements brief because we do have a lot to get through. Let's see. Yes, you are watching RPGs Uncovered. We are here to show you just how quick and easy it is to learn a new game. This feature, of course, is Heroic Chord. Fantastic game. I've had so much fun playing it so far. So much fun learning it and teaching it. It's been a blast. But we are coming to the end of this season, which means we have another season coming up. I'm announcing an announcement here, but I will announce that next week, because I still want to make sure that all the little details are finalized before I throw out any public information on people and time and whatnot. But we're going to get that set up, and we have another great indie game to show you guys. This one, if everything works out as planned, is going to have a sort of fantasy Fallout kind of vibe to it. Post-apocalypse, a little bit of fantasy thrown in there, some crazy mutants and mutations. It's going to be fun. So that will be coming up in the next few weeks. We'll probably take 2, maybe 3 weeks off, depending on scheduling. In that time, we are going to be setting up more Whip Workshop interviews and some one-shots, which is a good segue into announcements, because we actually have the first of those one-shots coming up. That will be next Saturday, and for people on the VOD, that will be Saturday, March 26th at 1 p.m., again, U.S. Eastern Time. That will be the second one-shot of our Lugon project setting highlight. It's going to be super fun. I actually had the privilege, pleasure, and honor to work with Mark again yesterday for some content that's going to be appearing in his own setting. I'll leave that for him to announce, but I'm gonna have something published in there, and it's real exciting. It's real exciting. So we have part 2 of that one shot, part 2 of the one shot next week. Lugon Project. It's all about how evolutionary sciences would direct magic and magical creatures and their development. Real fun. It was originally based around Pathfinder 1st edition, but has been converted into 5th edition. We will be playing the Pathfinder 1E version, because it's what we started with. Has a great, unique setting, all kinds of new races, entirely new magic classes with non-Vancian magic, and all kinds of real cool ways to manipulate the arcane and whatnot, and so many cool creatures with so much cool lore. Go check that out if you haven't seen part 1 of our one-shot. That that is on our YouTube. You can also find on YouTube the previous season of RPGs Uncovered, the past episodes of this season of RPGs Uncovered, and most notably the first of the Heroic Chord tutorials, which I only got out in time for the finale. But this has been a crazy month for me. That's no excuse. But that is the first of the tutorials, and certainly not the last. I already have one recorded. It's just taking some time to edit because life and stuff. So that will I have 3 more coming down the pipeline to be published within the week. So hopefully that will all be out for everyone to learn the game and have access to those tutorials and reference sheets for our big post-game analysis, so you can all follow along with the rules that we have learned throughout the game. But you should, if you've been following along with the demo play, hopefully the intent was that you know most of the rules already simply through watching the show and the breakdown of the rules that we've done so far. But on YouTube, and most importantly on our support sites, which I will link right now, you can find those videos and the tutorials for our previous season. And on our Patreon and Ko-Fi, they will have free reference sheets, reference guides, and whatnot. So for people who prefer reading or having handouts, things you can print and bring to the table, there's both short videos you can watch and reference guides, written reference guides that you can reference. Okay, let's see. Yeah, speaking of our support sites, a lot of new content has dropped. We have a lot of great content for the Heroic Chord show here. We have character sheets with little bio blurbs at the end of them about the characters. We have, of course, all of our after shows, which have been so insightful and so fun. A lot of great insight from the players, and I've dropped some GM hints. That's a good way to get a sneak peek at the hero tier of our support sites, which is the GM layer of our of what's going on in the background. That has all the crises that we've done here. That has my notes on the discovery rolls that we've done here, as well as notes on the crises. And that is where I'm going to be dropping all of the secret Mauled stuff, because Mauled is actually a whole thing, no surprise. So if you want to have access to pretty much all of my GM notes, it's the heroic tier that you want to follow. The adventurer tier is for player side facing information and some other little goodies. Go check it out. Let's see. You can also follow us on the socials, Twitter and Discord. They're both linked down below. Come say hi. We have a great community of creators and enthusiasts and players. So if you're looking for a game, if you're looking to find a new game to play, someone will have made it or will be able to point you in the direction of somebody who either has or is currently making it. So come hang out on our Discord. It's free for everyone to drop in, say hello. We have a bunch of little channels for each of the seasons, sci-fi games, adventure, or fantasy games, whatever it may be. Great stuff there. Okay, and of course, really the best way to help out a fledgling channel is just to tell people about us. Get more eyes and ears on the show, on the socials, engaging things. Go tell our AI overlords that we're good people, so they show us to more people. Okay, with that, I think that is long enough for a spiel and some shilling for this finale, because I wanna get to it. We have a lot going on. So let me throw it over to my players to introduce themselves. As we usually do, we can start off with the creator of this fantastic game, Kat. Hello, good morning, good afternoon,
Hello.
whatever it is, your time and in your own perception.
Barely. Barely afternoon,
Yeah.
but for me it's always morning. I'm Kat. Hi. Solo But Not Alone 2 is just wrapped up, so instead of my usual intro where I tell people to please do donate to suicide prevention organizations, but I don't have a bundle right now to do that. You can find my work at peachgardengames.com or on Twitter at Catlinggun. Heroic Chord is kind of typical of a lot of my work in that it is cozy and friendly, and it loves you. Yeah.
All right, and I will post the link for Peach Garden Games in just a moment.
Yay.
And while I'm doing that, let's hear from Donna. Hello, welcome to our finale.
Hello, thank you for having me. I'm so stoked to be here. Oh my God, it's bittersweet, but I'm really excited to see what both Pat and Kat have to bring to the table. So it's like very
Yay!
exciting. You guys can find me at Shabro. It's XIABRO. That's on Twitter. I do most of my social activities there where I post what I'm in. And that's all I have to plug. Super excited for the finale, and thanks for having me again.
All right. And finally, rounding out our player base, and definitely an honor to have at our table like everybody else. Pat, welcome. Hello.
Hi, I'm Pat or Badger. You can find me on Twitter at Badger the Cynic. And soon I'll be launching my own Twitch channel, also at Badger the Cynic there. Uh, I'll be streaming a Savage Worlds game that I've been running for a few years now. The next chapter we're gonna go live and share with the world. And in the future, we may also stream our own Heroic Chord adventure, as my players have expressed interest in playing that.
Yay!
They have been following along and watching our adventure, and they think that this is a system that's right up their alleys.
Aw.
So, none of that is launched yet. It probably will soon. We had a couple of delays with the final few sessions of this last chapter, but I would say probably within the next few weeks we're planning on going live.
Nice, nice.
If you don't send me a link, I'll be deeply offended.
Of course, of course.
Delays are very normal.
Hmm.
Very normal. Especially when the Time Lords steal an hour from us. Okay, but let's get into this finale and see how we can wrap things up with the creeping Tangle. As always, for anyone just joining us, well, this is the finale, so go back and watch the first 3 episodes because it'll make a lot more sense. But stay here and watch this. It'll be like one of those shows where you see the ending first, and then how did this all happen? Flashback. I don't know. I think it'll be pretty exciting. Anyway, I like to throw it over to my players for the recap to make sure that we're all on the same page, to get everybody reintroduced to the game, reintroduced to their characters and how they think and whatnot. So let me throw it over to my amazing players. What have been in short summation? What have we been up to this entire arc?
Do you want it in order?
Preferably.
Oh, the entire arc? Okay. We all
just briefly, yeah.
went to Rose Rest,
Yep.
found Maud,
Yeah.
saved Maud.
Maud was having a vision that was getting pretty messy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And we were led there by a mysterious blotch that just appeared on my map.
As well as some rumors here and
Yeah,
there
and
about
there were
a prophet and oracle.
rumors about a prophet in the same spot as a weird blotch that just appeared on my map. It seemed like something we should check out.
Mm-hmm.
That's the kind of thing you
Yeah.
don't ignore.
And Maud's vision was running amok and causing some great distress. So we joined in the vision and helped. And in that vision, we saw a burb, and the burb did flying. And when it landed, there were vines everywhere, and the vines were really awful. Listener, they were really yucky. They were all over everything. They got inside people's skulls and did vine zombie to them. It was unpleasant. And we were like, Maud, this is a metaphor, right? Maud was like, no. And we were like, you sure it doesn't represent something else? And Maud was like, no, it's real for sure. And we were like, well, darn, we got to go then, I guess, and stop it.
I mean,
So then we
there's
went to the
definitely a
town.
metaphor in there, but it's definitely asserted itself into reality.
Yeah, the vines were real. They weren't metaphor vines. We wanted them to be, but they were not. Um,
So we, from there, we really tried our best to make it a metaphor.
Yeah.
we did.
And yet,
And yet. So we went to the town. And we did a clumsy job, but we did the job.
Yeah.
Without burning down the town.
We
hmm,
didn't, but we could have, but we
And
wanted to.
most importantly, saving a whole bunch of townsfolk that
We did.
were pretty much written off as casualties who had been enthorned, and you guys saved them, which was not something I had intended or planned on, but you did.
We did a big spell.
Yes,
A
a
very
very
big
big spell.
magic spell.
And then,
Everybody took a nap.
Yep.
you're right, everybody took, well, before that, Doyle Molotov cocktailed the vines.
Mhm.
And then we
Yes.
nap.
Yeah.
It seemed like a smarter idea to do that to the vines than to the town. So,
Yeah.
True.
Inside the well, after we all took our nap, Doyle found a heart made of vines and pulled it out.
yep.
And Maud was all like, "Let me see." And we were like, "Well, maybe don't touch that, Maud." And Maud squished it a bunch and did a lot of bleeding upon it. And then a couple days later, it was no longer alive.
Yeah, it kind of wilted and fell apart over time as we traveled. Um, I have my own personal concerns about all of that, but
Yeah.
we fed an ancient and powerful artifact to Maud, one that seemed to have a life and mind of its own. So, we'll
Maud
see
ate
if
it.
there are consequences to that.
All right. As we traveled north,
Mm-hmm.
well, I don't know as we traveled north, but before, I think the first time the D word was mentioned, demonic, that was cool.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
not in canon, just
Not
in
in
the
canon.
player's
That's
mind.
just for us to know. That's not
Yeah.
for our characters to know. That's just for us.
I
Yeah,
feel like our characters probably have an idea, though.
a vague one. I
Like,
like
plants don't gain sentience without outside help.
Yeah.
true.
Throwing that out there.
Marius feels like he would know if it was a horror,
Yeah.
and it's not.
Speaking of horrors, though, they encountered two of them in the ruins.
Yes.
That by they I mean Kalos and Marius.
Yes.
Because Doyle was staying with Maud, holding down the fort.
Had some concerns.
Mhm.
Kalos
Doyle
tried to
has
help,
concerns.
Yeah.
and then just absolutely destroyed the ruins.
Yeah. And
That's
but
what happens. That's what happens when you try to help. Like, don't bother helping. Just let people fend for themselves.
the horror was all, "You can't be allowed to feed it." And we're like, "What?" And then we went to the town and we found more horrors, and they were like, "You can't be allowed to feed it." We were like, "What?" And there were also, in addition to horrors, there were a bunch of thorn zombies and Tangle, including the thorn zombie that brought the Tangle to these ruins, a deer, a buck
Mhm.
that we were tracking. There were also archaeologists and rangers trying to fend off attacks from both sides. But we convinced the horrors that we were also fighting against the Tangle and that we should be allies. And they became our best friends. And they helped us to defeat the thorn zombies and protect the human people who were there.
And I believe the last thing we saw before we ended last time was Maud going over and shaking hands with the horror.
Mhm.
And once again, got some concerns about Maud putting her hands on ancient, powerful things that are dangerous.
Maud loves
But
touching powerful stuff, huh?
yeah, she does.
She
But
might
but
be able
once
to.
again, she's doing that as we speak.
Maud, wow. Loves to touch powerful things. Nobody took a nap this time.
Yeah.
No.
It was
Good
close
job,
though.
It was close.
Yeah, for two of you.
Yeah, valid. Yeah.
Look, we all know what our roles are. It's fine. We get it.
All right. And of course, something that the audience saw, not necessarily our players, as we zoomed away from what they were doing and zoomed over past the barrier gardens,
Oh, yeah.
boundary gardens. Yeah.
Labyrinth.
Labyrinth.
The camera, the audience was shown a heavily enthorned ancient castle town that had been completely overrun by the Tangle, surrounded by a maze, a labyrinth of these thorny vines, completely encapsulating the walls, the small town, and most importantly, the keep, the castle, whatever it was, this large structure that mostly just looks a mass of Tangle, which then stood up and took the form of a massive humanoid uh, thorn creature, elemental creature. Probably some sort of noble demon.
Yeah, probably, huh?
So, as this gigantic monstrosity of thorns stands, eyes glowing red, bellows out, realizing that something has happened. Its tendrils, its reach has been thwarted not once, but twice. We will zoom away from that and back to the tundra and the other really old ruined city that we find our rangers in. At the site of a battle that has just ended, one side decimated, the thorns, the Tangle's minions once again. I say decimated, I should say annihilated. They were destroyed. They were fought off, not only by the Rangers and the small Ranger and Archaeology team that was there, but with their at least new temporary allies during that fight, the spectral ghost army of a time long past that seemingly had its own experiences, its own past conflict with the Tangle. Most of that ghost army has dissipated back into the ether for now, but the commander of that ghost army, this large individual, larger than probably he rightly should be, but he's a memory, a ghost, a fragment of who he was. The commander's presence probably bolstering, enlarging, his current form as a horror. This spectral soldier, spectral commander, general, whatever you want to call him, has remained mauled. The traveling companion and oracle they met at the beginning of their journey went over and shook this ghost's hand. And that is where we will be picking up. Now, I believe this is immediately after, once again, I believe most of the party is both quite well hurt and quite well scattered. As usual, Kalos less so than the other two. But it was quite a conflict at the end of last
Call out.
episode.
Call out post.
Yeah.
No.
Love post. She's fine with
Yeah.
it. Call up.
So, is there anything you guys would like to do or say to each other before we get into whatever Maud has got going on?
I mean, if I remember right, Marius did salute the commander.
That's true. Yeah.
That seemed
Yeah.
like. And then he's gonna make sure the people are okay.
Okay.
He's concerned about the people that they found in the ruins.
Mm-hmm.
And too scattered to be nervous about talking to strangers.
Sure.
Also fair.
Kalos is halfway. Yeah, she's halfway scattered, so she's just gonna kind of cross her arms and stand off to the side and not really want to talk to anyone.
Okay.
She just doesn't want to.
Sure.
Yeah, I think Doyle would probably be very focused on the commander. Like, he doesn't have a lot of experience with horrors, unlike the other two. And so, he wants to know more. He wants to learn what he can. So
Mhm.
he's probably just watching whatever's going down with Maud and the commander.
Okay. Horrors in this game, of course, for those following along, are the manifestations of memories or intense feelings, ghosts, perhaps. Any supernatural entity manifest from general imprint on the area. feelings, memories, whatnot. Okay. So you can do that. You can observe. You can hang out on the sidelines. You can go and speak with those you have rescued once again. The archaeologists and the small team of rangers that was there to escort them and protect them, probably not against a threat of this size, but you know, something more reasonable. They all actually survived because of your help, your intervention. All of them survived, a little battered and bruised than they would like as a team of archaeologists, but survived. You would learn that most of them have come from Rimehold and the surrounding area. Perhaps people you may know in passing. Perhaps Kalos more than anybody else, but Kalos is doing her own thing on the sidelines. So you can have a conversation with them, and we can pick up on that if you have any actual roleplay. But first, as you all begin doing your own thing, as Maud shakes the hand of this commander, not immediately. There's a delay, and you can. I will say, Doyle can definitely see this on Maud's face. Once again, Maud is always sort of half scattered at all times. But especially so during any of these conflicts, because while you are destroying, redirecting, or outlasting, they are performing their own rituals, their own visions, and whatnot. So they are definitely sort of 1,000-yard stare, glassy-eyed, mostly scattered at the moment. But they do go over, and there's a recognition of some sort, whatever it may be, of this horror, of the person, of the past, of a memory. You're not sure. But they go over and they shake the hand, and as they shake the hand, that expression of recognition, which you've seen growing on them over the course of the last couple weeks of your journey, you see retake through the haze of that scatter. And then Kalos leaning against a wall, just observing. Doyle looking at this exchange. Marius, mid-conversation with people. You all are once again... Actually, I will say, once again, Kalos is not part of this. Not fully. But Doyle and Marius, once again, are thrust into a vision. With the connection that you formed in the original ritual so many weeks ago. Kalos, of course, you are not as present in the vision because you did not form that bond, but you get a general vibe from it. This is a brief one, a very brief vision. It's a flash. It's not nearly as long and narrative and interactive as the previous ones you and Maud have had. This is a very brief one, but what you see from a bird's eye view of this city, still covered in snow, but not ruined, formed, people moving about, and then a battle between the original occupants of this people and an army, a militia, a force, very similar to the one that you just saw. The spectral army that was just here, though in the vision made of flesh and steel. Fighting once more against the forces of the Tangle, or should I say, before against the forces of the Tangle. And you feel what you felt before. You feel large, you feel extended, you feel different. And you feel a heavy wind against you. The scent of roses in the air. Quick movement above, but focused on the city and this fray. And you pull back from this POV, this perspective that you have, moving down to the point of view of the commander of this unit, as he looks up into the sky and sees a massive serpentine white dragon coiling in the sky. It has these large antlers that come to masses of roses at their tips. The serpentine form of this dragon, a mixture of porcelain white scales and a few glimmering scales of gold and other of pink. And you can see the eyes of this creature. Compassionate, caring, but worried eyes with a slight bright pink tint to them. And they coil through the sky and veer down towards the city, striking out at some of the Tangle, bellowing in their own roar, casting spells. And with the help of this dragon, the city prevails. But the commander perishes, and a large unit of his army. Defeated, but not taken by the Tangle. And then your vision is very quickly ripped back into that of this dragon before it is amassed in white once more, and your eyes refocus a mere split second later into your own vision. Leaning up against the wall, we'll come back to Kalos, actually. During this observation of the commander and Maud, Doyle, you had this vision again, just a flash, standing there, and are probably slightly disoriented, but you look at these two individuals now with a different recognition. Marius, of course, mid-conversation with other people, just went blank for a split second and had an intense but very short-lived vision mid-sentence. And, of course, leaning up against the wall, Kalos, you were not privy to the cinematic of that vision, unfortunately, but you could feel a recognition between this ghostly commander and Maud, and a remembrance from Maud. The wind, again. Remembering the wind. Remembering that they've done this before. Not just this in general, but this right here, this battle, this place, these people. And that there is more to do. They've done this before, and it needs to be done again, and the job is not done. But that they recognize, that Maud recognizes this commander now, recognizes the situation, perhaps even more of themselves, and the commander in turn recognizes them. How does this play out amongst all of you?
I think Marius, like you mentioned, just stops mid-sentence and is just kind of briefly stunned, as if he'd been slapped. And I think just as the person reaches forward to wave a hand in front of his face,
You okay?
he just kind of slowly turns his head to look at Maud.
You see those same faintly silverish eyes speckled with pink. Perhaps even clearer now than they were during the road trip that you took here.
Alice doesn't really get it but anyone shaking hands with a horror is bad news. And the fact that they seem to recognize each other makes it worse. So she's going to slowly reach for her bow and arrow, hopefully not to alert anyone to this idea that she's going to start shooting, but she is ready at this point.
I think Doyle would for the most part he would continue watching to see what's going to happen next and how it plays out, but his mind is just whirring with theories and questions, and once again going back to trying to sift how much of that was metaphor, how much of it was real. If it was as real as everything else has been, what does that mean about Maud? And you know what power she may have tapped into or may have hidden inside anyway, who knows. So he's just like forming tons and tons of theories, some reasonable, some conspiracy.
And Marius, I think if there's anything that he has learned, and I can't guarantee that there is, I'm going to be honest with you, it's that these are not metaphors. Nothing is a metaphor.
Yeah, yeah. Like Doyle's still a little hopeful for the metaphor angle on something at least, but no, he's for the most part resigned himself to, oh no, this is real.
Yeah.
Is does Maud secretly have antlers? Are we gonna find that out? Let's see.
Mm.
Okay.
So I think Marius is going to stand up, excuse himself politely, kind of join the scene, like go over, just, how are you feeling, Maud?
Alice is like watching this and going like shit. She's gonna get on Nepo and kind of get ready to take to the skies just in case like she can't fire an arrow because she'll hit Marius instead of Maud.
Okay.
Or the horror. So she's like, get ready, Nepo, like we might have to run.
As you say this, uh, the handshake between Maud and the ghostly commander does end, but there's a pause between them as they continue to look at each other, as if they're having conversation, but wordlessly. But it's brief. You're just about at the point where you're going to re-ask your question, whether it is Maud being disassociative as they usually are, or whether they simply didn't hear you or are ignoring you, whatever it may be. But as you are about ready to interject again, they do turn to you. Maud does turn to you. I am well, but worried.
Yes, I suppose,
There's slightly more focus in their eyes.
I suppose there's a lot to be worried about.
I am remembering.
An old friend of yours?
Yes, an old friend. They turn back to the commander and sort of give that head nod.
A pleasure to meet you.
The commander there, however, is standing there at attention. Does not turn his head or otherwise remark in your direction.
This is Scatter Marius. He doesn't notice or care.
Yeah.
I think that's one where Doyle would maybe notice a little bit more, and would definitely have some questions for Maud. Like, Maud, is your friend going to be a problem for the next group of rangers to come through?
I suppose that will depend on what they plan to do here. But as long as they do not wear vines and thorns, doubtful Doubtful.
Okay.
Not all memories of the past are bad.
Hmm.
Doyle nods.
We share a fate. Us all, here and now, and of before. It must be done again. They turn southward. A little bit of haze retaking their vision as they turn southward.
Well, then I suppose we should head south. In the morning?
There's a flash of recognition that comes over Maud's face once again, and then a deep crevice of worry.
Not in the morning?
She turns over to Marius and reaches out, and unless you flinch away, we'll go and tap 2 fingers on your forehead.
No.
And
Scattermarius has no fear of other people.
yeah. And you are shown what the audience was shown at the end of last episode. You see this massive labyrinth of thorny vines surrounding an ancient city, a city with high but now crumbled walls, amassed with strange shapes, and perhaps a slight glow in various areas. A tangle that has completely taken over this once large and populated area. You perhaps even see the form of people that have been encased in these vines probably for quite a long time. These humanoid shapes, or what may have once been humanoid shapes, that are now simply masses of thorns. And of course, you see the keep, the castle, that has been overrun with massive vines, massive thorns, as it does stand up, take the form of this massive, thorny creature, stares out northward, eyes glowing red, and bellows into the air, releasing this torrent of thorns into the sky. And you are quickly flashed back. What scatter are you on? Are you on 9?
8.
8. Okay. You take 1 more scatter.
Okay.
had to see if I had to knock you out there.
Maud, I must be honest. The literal nature of your visions is extremely distressing to me. I would much prefer it if they were, stand-ins for something, or evocative images.
They are, as all demons are, representations of the worst. But they've taken form.
They have taken form. Well,
it wants all of us. It wants to expand.
Well,
to conquer.
Don't.
Consume.
Well, if it wants us, we'd best not keep it waiting. Don't worry, Maud. I'm with you.
With me. Yes. Yes. but not enough. Maybe. Maybe. With us. More. With us. It's been too long. I forgot. I forgot. The world broke, and I forgot.
Mm-hmm.
It has
Something has just
spread.
occurred to me.
It has grown. Too big. Bigger than before. We may need help.
Well, then I suppose we'd better find some help.
Right? They nod, that crease of worry still heavy on their brow, and turn once more back to the south. Actually, as they are turning towards the south, they briefly turn back around towards the commander, who is still there. Nod, not in a sort of recognized, saluting sort of manner, but in a spacey, trying to put pieces together sort of manner, and then turns once more back to the south.
Hmm. Well, we're not that far from the Aurora Fortress. Headquarters of the Aurora Legion. I could put in a word. Gaia's Barrel. I guess it's most of what I can do. Um, well, I also have a good sense of direction. Oh, sorry. Oh, Kalos, my apologies. Oh,
Hmm?
where are my manners? I've lost my manners entirely. Um, so I just got shown a very terrible vision of a place that is a labyrinth, and it is covered in vines, and there's a huge, dreadful vine monster there. Um, I certainly don't expect you to come with us. I want you to know that. I want you to know that I don't expect you to do anything. But I just wanted to explain where I'm going next, I guess. And to thank you for helping us so far. You too, Doyle.
Well, I have to say, this has certainly been an interesting trip so far. You may not expect help, but I fully intend to see this through.
I appreciate it.
Alice like can't meet Marius's eyes. And she's like kind of looking not really at like just in the space between like his shoulder, like this area right
Yeah.
here, right between there. And she's like, every time you say that you don't expect me to do something, it puts more pressure on me
Oh, I'm
to do it.
sorry. That wasn't my intention. Quite the opposite.
Ugh.
Uh, Kalos,
Hmm.
we're not far from your hometown, right?
Yeah, that's true.
You have family here. It's between here and the Aurora Fortress. If I go to find us reinforcements, maybe we can escort you to your family. And
I yeah, I know. I don't really want to see them.
okay, that's all right too.
Cool. I
Listen, Kalos, You have, in the time that I have known you, never shown anything less than exemplary judgment. I have no reason to believe that your judgment will be poor this time. It's always good.
I don't know what I want to do. I I don't know.
Nepo is going to sort of turn. You're on Nepo's back.
Mhm.
Nepo is going to turn in the direction of this small group of archaeologists now tending to themselves and sort of like swing his head over in that direction. And you notice amongst the wounded that you do see some familiar faces. Maybe not anybody you're intimately familiar with, but people you've seen. You might know their name, you might know what they do. You might know their parents or their kids.
Uh, Callus is gonna kind of gently kick Nepo and be like, "Turn back around. I don't turn around. What? Don't
He turns around.
don't do this to me."
Well,
Why can't you guys just make decisions for me? Why do I always have to? Why do I always have to? Oh, Callus, you choose. Like, why?
because I am a crusader and I am no stranger to facing death. But I won't tell anyone else to do it. Maud, I'm
The
sorry, but can we set out in the morning?
the commander, the ghost commander, turns their helmet clad face over directly to Kalos. But Marius, you were addressing Maud. Can you set off in the morning? Yes. Whenever we are ready.
Good.
We must be
For
ready.
all my talk, I'm exhausted. And kind of finds a spot in a corner to get himself situated and lie down.
Okay. Anything from Doyle or Kalos?
Does Callus recognize the commander when he takes off his little faceplate?
Oh, he doesn't remove his helmet,
Oh,
but he does turn and very clearly is looking in your direction where otherwise they were just kind of staring out. You can't see eyes, you can't see a face. But they were previously just standing there at attention, looking out in their direction, and they turn their
what?
head, look down, look directly at you.
What? What? What do you want?
I will remind the audience and perhaps Donna as well. The culmination of this battle, the ending of this battle, was Donna Kalos giving an impassioned speech to the commander and the army, rallying the forces to this final push against the Tangle,
Callus doesn't care.
which seems to have taxed Kalos quite a bit. And that done has resigned herself to the situation. It's everyone else's problem now. But the
Yeah.
commander turns, and I mean, again, you can't see a face, but you can feel the judgment.
Okay. Are you gonna say something? Callus just sighs and buries her face in her hands. And she's on top of a giant cloud elk and is just like, Nepo, I want to leave.
Mm.
Oh, yeah, I know you don't. I want to. It's not
Mm.
really about what you want at the end of the day, is it? Let's go. And she's going to try and nudge Nepo to start walking away, or at least take to
Okay.
disguise so she can be alone.
Begrudgingly, you have to kind of push him a little bit. Nepo will clomp away.
God. Too many people. Like, not in a bad way. It's just. Well, what do you think I should do, Nepo?
He swings his head back
Okay.
towards the injured group of people that you recognize.
Yeah, not that. Give me another option.
He swings his head over to Maud,
Yeah, that's even
kind of
okay.
stomps at the ground a bit.
I'm just not in the
A
mood.
little bit of electricity sparks from his antlers.
Yeah. Do you want me to shoot her? Well, I know. You know you don't. I'm just really not in the mood. It's just like everybody's like expecting. Oh, wow. You did this thing. And now you should do this other thing because you did this thing. And it's like, I probably would have done A if I knew that led to B. But everybody's like, whoa, you gotta accept all the consequences. It's like, why do I have to? Why can't I just do something and then leave?
I think Nepo is going to abruptly sit down.
Cal slides off, then falls to the ground. And then you can see, so her bow and her arrow, like, clatter to her side because she's basically on the ground, her legs on either side of Nepo, and her arms spread out. She's like, you're right, let's just stay here. And then just lays there and does nothing.
Okay.
Doyle is probably gonna go join Marius and set up sort of a makeshift camp. Just studiously trying not to be involved in what he thinks is like a minor spat between his companions.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is just gonna go about setting up camp and just hope that nobody asks him for an opinion.
Oh, the lad is fast
Oh,
asleep.
starting the game with everybody scattered is always a terrible and amusing idea.
The lad
Yep.
is comatose.
Okay.
Like, the lad is knocked out. Like,
I don't think that Kalos is really in a position to particularly care or notice. But the commander is still looking in your direction, even after you clomped off somewhere. Even if you're out of line of sight, perhaps you can't see each other, but the camera can, that the commander has followed your movement. And even if you're behind a wall, is looking in your direction. Maud, as Doyle, as you remove yourself from the situation, or go find another situation in which you feel better equipped for, you do know Maud. You do notice Maud head over into this. I don't want to say tangle. This mass of previously entangled bodies. Those of whom you just felled in the previous battle, and walks over in that direction. Starts looking around.
Immediately it clicks in Doyle's head. She said she was looking for another heart, and he just takes off running after her. or after them, sorry, and goes to help look for the heart, because obviously that is the next task. That is
Okay.
what Doyle should have been doing instead of getting distracted by a ghostly commander and a minor argument between friends and really, really hoping that someone was going to sass the ghostly commander.
It was
Okay.
good.
Um, I will leave it to you if you have any ideas. If you want to take the narrative in your own direction, whether that be exposition, or if you would like to roll something to help assist in this task.
I think part of it is remembering last time. Doyle is going to use Maud as sort of a heart dowsing rod. See which direction that they are vaguely wandering in, and then from there, sort of look around for a similar, maybe not well, but like a similar piece of architecture, someplace that is probably lower to the ground, where maybe some of the vines have burst up through a hole or something, possibly a basement of one of the ruined buildings that we're looking through. And I guess that I would use. I mean, maybe.
I'm not sure any of your skills are going to directly apply.
Yeah, I could maybe like fudge some of them, but none of them seem to directly apply. Like, I don't think it would be navigation, just knowing which buildings are likely to have deeper basements,
Mm.
or like survival, because I'm looking for something specific, not just for,
Mhm.
Um,
I don't want to bury the lead, but do
yeah.
recall the events of last episode, uh, and what led to this place.
Oh, right, we were following the buck. So maybe I really hope it's not in the buck, but if Maud is going in the direction of the buck, I would check there first. If not, I would go the direction Maud is going and just look around for something that looks like it might hide
Mm-hmm.
the heart.
Maud is surveying the entire battlefield, and this is a large battlefield that has taken place here. Probably shouldn't say taken root either. Here at this sort of central town square, city square. This whole like one side of this plaza is just a mass of bodies, whether animal or really old frozen humanoid corpses. With now, of course, the vines very quickly browning and graying and becoming brittle. All except, you realize after a short time surveying the area with Maud, that of the buck. And you do go over there and you realize the vines have almost entirely encased this creature. You can still see the fur and the flesh underneath where it is pierced through. You can see a vine very clearly gone into the skull of this creature. And you can see smaller vines have wrapped around the antlers, but also have created this little web, this little tangle between them. And you realize there is a mass within the center.
Yeah, that's what we got to deal with. Do we have any of the herbicide left?
Uh, you do, a small amount.
Okay, I would probably want to pour that on the mass in the middle of the antlers, at the very
Okay.
least.
Uh,
As I recall, last time we needed to finish that off. So
you pour out this herbicide you created from an herb you found a while back and distilled down with Maud's help. You pour it over the vines, and they do quickly again begin to become brittle and gray and fall apart. The vines that create this web between the antlers, at the very least, it does once again reveal this much denser, tangled mess of spiky, thorny, almost hair thin vines on this heart that you recognize, slightly smaller than the one before, but this herbicide not quite strong enough to take out the heart itself, as you've seen before, as it was the only part that remained from a cocktail of herbicide and fire that you used in the well previously. But this small thorn heart does fall from its perch between the antlers, rolls to the ground, where Maud goes and walks towards it with the intent of picking it up.
As Maud is walking towards it, I ask them, Do we need to I hesitate to say kill that more? Last time we lit it on fire before you absorbed it. I'm not sure if this is something you can use yet. What?
No, not absorb. It
Quell?
consumes. I do not consume.
Okay.
I did not know how to do it before. They look up and actually meet your gaze with far less scatter in their vision. I remember how now. I can help. She will bend down and pick it up unless you stop her. Stop them.
Do you need assistance with that? Is there any way I can make the process easier for you?
A very slight smile. Maybe not one of actual happiness, but almost sympathy, empathy, all you're trying. Looks over in your direction, shakes their head, reaches down, picks it up, and once again, very firmly and apparently painfully by the amount of blood it draws, and not by any sort of change in their face, grasps this heart. And they look down at it, and there's a slight whitish, pinkish glow that begins to emanate from between their hands. And they press and press and really clamp their eyes shut in effort. And then that relaxes, and they look back up at you with a more normal smile, a more happy smile, and they pull away their hand, and there is a small rosebud there. Though it looks almost glassy.
Mm.
They proffer it to you.
Well,
This will help.
pick up the rosebud and look at it and examine it as much as possible, and then look at Maud and say, I have so many questions. What can you tell
As
me
do
about this
I.
process? How can we use this? What will we do with it? Your visions are so literal. What can you tell me about how this will come into play?
I'm gonna reach out and try to tap your forehead.
No objection.
Okay.
Doyle is in full-on information mode, and that means roll with whatever is about to happen to him.
Yeah, they do so, and you don't get a full vision this time. You get Your mind's eye is sort of taken to this blank white space where again you see one of these almost glass-like rosebuds, and you see it shatter. But it doesn't shatter and fall like a dramatic "it's broken, everything's bad now." It shatters with a glimmer and a sparkle as the pieces sort of dissipate into the ethereal, and you feel a bolstering. You feel empowered. All of that very briefly, as you are then brought back to your currently battered body and enfeebled mind.
Mm.
It consumes, and I give back.
Okay.
Because there is no identify spell in this game, I think for the sake of time, whether it's simply yourself and Maud or you converse amongst all of you, there is an exchange of additional vagaries and visions until you learn that you can use this glassy rosebud. You can break it, and it will either restore 3 health to the user or negate 3 scatter to the user. It's a little healing item.
Yay.
I think Doyle would probably head with Maud back to the makeshift camp that he set up, and on the way shout over to Kalos, "Hey, I set up camp and Maud made a rosebud, so there's that." And just keep going.
Kels is gonna shout back, "Cool!"
Whatever.
Jeez, jeez, leave me alone. It's not a phase.
Okay. I think for the sake of brevity and getting you guys unscattered so we can be productive, let's time skip to the next morning. You all pass out in your own exhaustion, both mental and physical, whether that be in camp or simply laying splayed out in the snow next to a cloud elk. But you can come to in the morning feeling a lot better than you had before. Your stamina reinvigorated from a night's sleep, and probably a meal that was cooked up at this camp. And your sense of self, better centered this morning. Your HP returns to 10, your scatter returns to 0, and we will pick up in the morning.
Right.
Yay. Marius gets up just upsettingly early. Because he just passed out on the ground. So he's up at like the crack of dawn.
Yeah, you say upsettingly early, but the archaeologists are already awake because
Good.
archaeologists don't sleep.
No, they don't. Not really. And so Marius is trying to make breakfast. And he's keenly focused on making breakfast because he's aware that if he doesn't focus on making breakfast, he will burn it.
We've established that Marius is not the best of cooks, but you will try your best.
He's doing his best.
Talos gets up, sees Marius cooking breakfast. It's like,
you are aware, as you return to the group, that the commander is still there and still following your movement.
Okay, great.
Oh.
Talos is gonna go up to Marius and be like, "Hey,
good morning.
Marius? Yeah, good morning. Can we talk?"
Of course.
Right.
Of course. And he does just set the pan down on the fire and turn to Kalos.
Oh yeah, that's definitely gonna burn now.
I was about to say, like, we're having burn practice.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Really sorry about yeah, just
no, I'm also sorry. I sometimes I try so hard not to pressure you that maybe it comes across as more pressure, and I don't mean to, but I'm sorry.
Yeah, like Callus looks like incredibly embarrassed. She's like, I yeah, really sorry about how I kind of like snapped at you though.
No, no,
Wasn't wasn't good.
it's okay. We did a big fight yesterday, and I think that's enough to put anybody in a sour mood.
Yeah, but it's like still like, not an
Yeah.
excuse. Or an explanation either about like why I treated you that way. I just like, I don't really feel like I don't really feel like myself.
Mm.
So it's like it's hard cuz it's like, I haven't gone back to see my family, so I'm kind of afraid that when I go back they won't recognize me.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think that would be stressful and upsetting for anyone, I think.
Yeah. So it's like been kind of, avoiding them, and I wasn't like, it wasn't right to take it out on you, but then you were like, "Oh, you could just like see
Uh,
them." And I
I
know.
shouldn't have brought up your family unprovoked.
N-
I,
Totally fine.
I
How
I was
could
just
you? No.
I was just trying to propose something other than coming with us and facing grave danger, and I guess I didn't think about how you would feel facing that either.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no, you're totally, I mean, you were just thinking like, "Oh, well, it just so happens that we're here and
Yeah.
Callus's family is right there." And I mean, like even, like there's people she like kind of looks she's like there's, people that I recognize here, and
Oh.
it's just kind of like I don't really want to talk to them either because it's like what if they tell my family and then then they're like, oh, and then my family's like, why didn't Callus visit? And it's like a damned if you do, like damned if you don't sort of situation. So I just really don't want to.
Mm.
I don't want to like. I also like I don't know, like I just don't want to be like a stranger in my own home.
Yeah. I
And I'm
went
I'm
back
really
home
sorry.
recently. Um, not long before we met.
Mm-hmm.
My partner and I were working on a ship in the tropics,
Mm.
and everyone recognized me, but I didn't want to talk about the things we used to talk about anymore. It was kind of awkward, and I did get scolded for not coming home sooner. I won't lie to you about that part.
Yeah.
It was painful. And given my own experience, I should have been more sensitive to your apprehensions. So, um,
I mean,
I'm
thanks for
glad I went. I'm glad I saw them, but I won't pretend that it was uncomplicated. Ah! And he suddenly like catches a whiff of burning and
oh,
just
oh my
like,
gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. And
like,
Callus tries
sorry.
to
Uh,
no,
um,
oh god, and it's trying to fix the burnt food, but I don't think it's salvageable.
it's just toast.
I
It's
think that is
okay.
probably the sound of the, sudden fire panic is probably what wakes Doyle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, shoot. Okay, we could just put another one, another,
Yes,
another bread. Bread, we could
we'll
easy.
have to try again.
Yep. Good
You're my
morning,
friend,
Doyle.
and I don't want you to be in pain,
Oh, yeah, cool.
is what
Thanks.
I mean to say.
Oh, yeah. I mean, whew. Yeah, totally. I totally get what you're trying to say. I just, I don't know, like, Nefo's kind of like, he's been, we talked like a lot last night.
Yeah.
Um,
While they continue the conversation, Doyle's gonna get up and sort of just subtly take over cooking the breakfast. Just as Marius gets distracted and sets something down,
Absolutely does.
Doyle just picks it up and starts working on it,
Mm-hmm.
fixing what may have already been wrong with it, and
Yeah.
uh,
I. Well, what did Nefo have to say?
I mean, kind of just like, like, oh, like, these are your friends, and I don't know. We were kind of talking about because it's like it's kind of ironic because like he used to be like a really like an absolute coward. Like he was he was the worst. And then I gave him some stuff, and so he was just like reminding me about like how far I guess because he's been with me. I mean, out of this party, right? Like he's been with me the longest, so he's
Of
been
course.
talking to me about like how he's seen me grow, which is weird because I'm trying so hard to stay the same. So that was a interesting conversation. But yeah, I mean, he basically just kind of echoed what you said, which was whatever I decide will be the right choice.
Mm-hmm. I have faith in your judgment.
Yeah.
If you come with us, I'll feel better because I know I can trust you and you'll be with us. If you don't come with us, I'll feel better because I'll know you're safe. As far as I'm concerned, you can't make a wrong choice here.
Yeah. Thanks for that. I she kind of like looks at like Doyle. Hey Doyle. um,
good morning.
Good morning.
Morning,
I
Doyle.
when we're like done, right, with this whole situation, and do both of y'all want to come with me and Nefo to my house and meet my family?
Yes,
Yeah,
we have to show them the painting we made.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay. Yeah, because I don't know if I can see them now, but I think it'll be like easier if you guys are there.
don't worry.
Mhm.
We'll definitely join you on that journey too.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
And
Okay.
worst case scenario, you've
Yeah.
got us there to tell them how awesome you are.
Oh no, I don't. No, you guys are gonna embarrass me in front of my family. Thanks, though. I really appreciate you saying that. It means a lot. Gonna go. I'm gonna go over there and cry. So,
Quite all right.
yep, cool. She like
Have
takes.
fun.
Yeah, thanks. She
Sorry,
like
that was weird to say.
she takes Nefo and she's just walking over there. I guess the commander's following her movement as well. And she just like buries her head into like the side and then just kind of like cries for like a second. Just like like that was a relief. Like a huge burden has been like lifted off her shoulders.
Maris is like trying to eat the burnt toast.
Doyle just like replaces Marius's plate of burnt toast with real breakfast.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm not good at cooking still.
I think it's less that you're not good at cooking and more that you're distracted while cooking.
I need to learn to focus. I see.
Yes.
Speaking of focus, is Maud awake?
Yes, of course.
Most likely.
They'll want to head out soon, I suppose.
Yes, whenever you are ready.
How are you feeling this morning?
I am well, but I am worried.
Hmm. So, our plan is to try and get reinforcements and then to head south?
Yes.
Very well then. Kalos is going to be a moment, but
We have made allies.
good.
If they would help us.
Alice lifts her head from Nepo's side. You can see like the tears streaks and everything. She turns and she's like, "Are you talking about him?" And she points at the commander.
Maud will look over in Callus's direction and then turn around and look back over at the commander who is staring right at Callus.
I suspect if you ordered him to follow us, he would.
Uh, sure. And Callus turns to the commander. It's like, "Follow us." She's like still kind of embarrassed. She's like, "Follow us, please."
There's no reaction.
Great. Well, what if I just left and then we could see if
I mean, I was thinking since you gave that impassioned speech, he
oh,
probably thought that you were outranking him and
oh,
awaiting his next marching orders, but
oh gosh.
No, Kalos.
Hmm. Yes.
I'm sure that no one who's ever served in a military would mistake you for a soldier.
Thank you.
that's fair.
That's a compliment, right?
Yeah, yes.
Perfect. Thanks. Yeah, I thought it was a compliment, but then I was like, wait, what does that mean? Okay, don't worry then. She turns to the commander. She's like, "Your orders are to follow us." She says it very stiffly.
This time, since you are no longer on Nefo's back, he does look down at you.
Sure.
You being much shorter than he is.
Yes.
Perhaps not in a demeaning way, but you can't tell. He's got a full face helmet on.
Yes.
But before, where it was in your direction, but still maintaining that commanderly chin up, very clearly is looking down at you.
Right. We're gonna go. You need to come with us. Marius,
Hmm?
hello, Marius.
Yes?
How do I talk to this? And like,
Um,
is there like a speak? Is there a specific type of order? Do I have to say like attention or?
I mean, well, we do understand speech normally. Um,
Yeah, normally,
um,
but
Maybe if you explain to him what we're up against, he'll understand better.
okay.
maybe.
We are up against. Kind of like looks at Marius and Doyle, like trying to make sure what she's saying is accurate. Something. The thing that really messed you guys up. We're going to go beat that now. So you can come with us and get revenge? really want to. And then she's like whispering to Marius and Doyle. She's like, I didn't really think I should say like, oh, we should kill them, but like I wasn't really sure. Like, oh, like the thing that killed you, like we're gonna go get it. I don't know, it seems kind of rude, right?
I'm um it does kind of but at the same time it is kind of a that is to say maybe they understand, I hope. You you must understand that you are asking me for advice in
Okay, you're right. Sorry.
talking to people, which I confess I am inexperienced at.
I thought you okay. So then she turns to Doyle and she's like, Doyle, can I get a little help here?
Doyle walks over, sort of like looks around at the horror and the commander and tries to get a closer look at the visor and everything. It says, I'm I'm not entirely sure how well you can hear me, or if your laser focused attention means that you can only hear my friend, but
It is not turning its gaze from Kalos.
yeah, the battle we fought continues elsewhere. If you don't want the Tangle to return, if you don't want the Tangle to be fed, we are planning on stopping it and would appreciate assistance.
Okay. Um, let me look at something here.
We're just trying so hard.
We're doing our best.
Yeah, yeah. I think this whole exchange is a short cry from the impassioned speech that was given at the end of the last battle.
We're
Uh,
doing our best. We're just
sure.
babies.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. No, I think that's as close at at an impassioned, maybe not plea, but rallying of support. Not from Kalos this time, but from Doyle. And I
Doyle.
think, yeah, at this time, the commander lifts his head again away from Kalos and turns to look at Doyle. And moves his shield. He has this large spectral sort of heater shield. Grasps it in one hand, removes his arm from it, and lays it towards you.
I will accept the shield.
Okay. You grab onto this ghostly shield, a little uncertain as to, the physical properties of a spectral horror, but you grab onto it as if it's solid, as if it's real. Of course, he did just shake Malt's hand, but who knows what that means anymore.
Yeah.
You take this ethereal shield, and it has substance to you. Perhaps a little large for you, but it is a heater shield, surprisingly light, or maybe unsurprisingly because it doesn't actually have physical form. But you now have a shield.
All
Uh,
right.
and again, for the sake of brevity, through probably not conversation with the commander himself, but perhaps with Maud, perhaps with Marius, or simply examining this thing, you would learn that this shield, a gleaming shield of cold spectral essence, fused with the hopes of this ancient protector, will lessen the cost of taking a hit by one.
Okay.
All right.
It will, however, only work for you.
Oh no!
No.
Okay.
No, but the lad loves to take hits.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yep.
I'm gonna do it
It was
anyway.
intended for Kalos, but it's going to Doyle.
Kalos was like, "You
I
want me to
mean,
do
you
this?
know.
I'm embarrassed.
Yep.
I cried.
Yep.
I got into a fight." Like,
Yep. Best laid plans of a GM.
Best laid plans.
yep.
No, that's fine. That was a great roleplay exchange. It all makes perfect sense. Okay.
All right.
If only Marius was comfortable talking with ghost strangers.
Made a note so I won't forget about it.
All right.
Yes.
With that, again, for the sake of brevity, I think we can see the camera zooms out as the three of you and Maud sort of semicircle around this commander after this exchange, and we see a continued exchange, if not completely hear it. And as you are gathering your equipment to head out, you see these spectral soldiers appear again in formation. And instead of a shield this time on the commander, a flag materializes in his hand. And this small army begins to march south. You, however, I assume, have turned to the north.
Yeah.
So I will. I like the idea of calling on the Legion. There is also the possibility, and Maud would bring it up, probably not encourage it, but bring it up. That not only did you see a small, small but probably capable force in Rose Rest, but also saved the town that you had previously been in, who you've empowered before, and might be able to provide some assistance as well, some troops as well. If you would like to make the journey back there and call upon their aid as well. But they are not a legitimate army.
At this point, the GM, not the GM, the cat,
Yeah.
GM, Game Monster, will point out that we do not need to travel
That's true.
because one of us can
Uh,
text people that he has met.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And I have certainly met several people in that town that
Yes.
we minorly blew up. And I have met certain people in Rose Rest.
Now this is part of your assist pool abilities, correct?
Yes.
Your direct line requiring one scatter to silently send a message to a person you know.
Yep.
Yep.
And
Can
so
text people.
I will say,
yeah,
if you are trying to, again, because we're not getting directly into a conflict, I'm just going to be transparent about that. You can easily accept two scatter to message somebody in Rose Rest and then to message somebody in the other town.
yeah, I was gonna say I'm assuming at some point in our long journey I will rest again
Yeah.
after this, so
Yeah.
I will go ahead and spend that 2 scatter for now. And I would also potentially like to talk to this small group of archaeologists and rangers that we just rescued and see if these rangers have anyone that might be able to assist us.
There are two rangers there. You learn they are actually brothers.
Hmm.
Um, they with some conversation, with some convincing. Uh, since you are kind of taking the lead on recruiting people, the Rangers, perhaps people from Rose Rest, perhaps people from this liberated town, do you have a role you would like for that? I will say I would like a role. What would you like it to be?
Um, let's see. It's certainly not going to be daring. I suppose this would be. Not sure if I should use understanding because I'm conveying knowledge or sensitivity because I'm trying to convince people,
Mm,
but I would use humanity as the skill.
I
I
like
know that
that.
much.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that I can quite shoehorn in a sense of wonder there. I would prefer to use understanding, but I understand if you want to have me use sensitivity instead.
I think understanding is a declaration of cold hard facts. This is what
Yeah,
we've seen. We know the danger is this. We know it's going to be bad. Doom and gloom. We need your help. We need your sacrifice. Please join us. Whereas
yeah.
sensitivity would be speaking to them more, that impassioned speech again, for the sake of your people and your family, for the betterment of humanity, yada yada. We must take the fight to this evil oppressor. This big passionate empowered speech, whereas the other one is very, this is the problem, this is this, we need that, you are those people, we need soldiers, join
I
us.
kind of feel like I would use one for each of these scenarios. Like for Rose Rest, I would probably go with understanding, go with, hey, this is the danger that Maud was predicting. These are the facts of it. We need assistance. Maud needs assistance.
Mm-hmm.
And then for the people that we saved, it would be, if you don't want what happened to your town to happen to all of the towns, we need your help. We need you to make this sacrifice because you already know the danger, you already understand what we're facing, and this is how we stop it from
Mm-hmm.
happening again.
Okay. Um, well, I will say we'll take the culmination of this to create a single unit. The Ghost Army is a single unit between Rose Rest and the other town, and then these two brothers would be its own unit. Um,
Okay.
and then Marius's connection to the Legion would be another unit. So I don't think I can. The way I have it set up, it doesn't really make sense for two roles. If you fail one and succeed on the other, you have half a unit, which really doesn't.
Yeah, that's fair.
It mechanically it doesn't work for what I have planned. I'll just be transparent there. I will say, because you have a more personal connection with the townsfolk of the people you saved. You saved them. You've talked to them. You helped heal them. As a group, even if it was a little callous. Callous. Anyway, there's something there. I can't put it together. I'm too busy. I will let you use. I will let the sensitivity sort of roll into understanding. So you can roll your 2 dice from understanding and your 1 from humanity. And yeah, unfortunately, I don't think we can give you. I don't think I can give you wonder. I don't think there's really any way to tie
No,
that in there. Um,
no, I don't think
so
so.
I think that's a 3 die pool.
Okay. Ooh.
Okay. That's a 1, a 5, and a 1. So that could be 3 successes, which is real good, but 2 of those are edge successes.
Yeah, what would be the cost of the edge successes?
Um,
I do really like edge successes, so.
with 3 successes, if you take both, I'm gonna go with an all or nothing here instead of buy off individually. So you would
Yeah.
have to buy off those 2 successes with this consequence, and that is you do very much convince these people to join you. 3 successes on 3 die is real good. You convince these people to join you, probably more than you expected, and more than you expected because you've made such a good speech. People who are not necessarily as capable as they should be for this conflict will join up to help you, and there will be casualties.
Mm.
You will have a unit, but this unit, there will be casualties. I'll explain more about what that means. I don't want to bury the lead too much, but I'll explain more about what that means when we get to the mechanic in the crisis. But there will be casualties for this unit if you take them.
That's tough. Uh,
So either you
I
get them,
know.
and they will definitely have a benefit. They will definitely have a benefit in the upcoming crisis, but you know a number of them won't survive. Or you could just not take them and just not get that benefit.
I think I'm not gonna take it. Our whole group, our whole time has been don't allow casualties, prevent casualties at all cost.
Do you want to have this
You know,
conversation as a group, or are you unilaterally making this decision?
I wasn't sure if talking above the table about it was allowed, but yeah, I
Sure.
mean, we can discuss as a group. I'm assuming that Marius's knee-jerk reaction is going to be no casualties.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Which is, I don't think he recognizes massively hypocritical of him because he was an architect who decided one day to face danger and happened to survive.
And like
But
also a little bit the military style setup. You know, you expect that people who sign up are accepting the risk.
yeah,
This is essentially like forming a militia, and these people are accepting the risk. But
yeah.
I
But
still know that Marius's knee-jerk reaction is going to be no
that's exactly
casualties.
right. That's exactly correct. It's it's a little hypocritical of him, but his lesson is people are stronger than you think. His kind of major foible is that he wants to protect people, even people who are perfectly capable of protecting themselves. So,
Now you do mention your lesson. People are stronger than you think. Has that have you learned that lesson in this arc? I don't want to countermand what you just said in that Marius's reaction would be no casualties. But have you learned that people are stronger than you think they are? Do you think these people would be a benefit?
it'd take a lot of hits for some archaeologists last night.
Hmm.
A
That is
lot of
true.
hits for some archaeologists last night.
But
But at the
those
same time,
archaeologists did fight. The Rangers did throw themselves, and they did all survive. They all proved
and
capable.
there is also the last town that we saved where the people joined us. They
You know,
rallied together, they
Hmm.
fought alongside us.
yeah, I
And
think you're
yes,
right.
there were some casualties there.
This is by no means me trying to
Yeah.
get you to take this
No.
unit, but since you brought up your lessons and the point of a whole
Yeah.
story arc is to address that lesson, we only have 4 episodes, so we kind of have to fast track
Yeah.
things. I'm just asking if that lesson was learned. No is a reasonable
No,
response to that, or
I think
yes,
you guys are right.
but is also a reasonable response to
Yeah.
that.
I think his knee-jerk reaction is no casualties, but then he's like, no, if somebody is willing to face death, then let them. Like that's
Yeah.
their choice to make, not mine.
How about
And
Callus?
Alice is gonna say that she probably wants them to come, but she's kind of like
You feel
she's
guilty
not.
about it.
She feels a little bit guilty, but at the same time, she's just like, but like what? I would feel better if we had more people going in.
and
Yeah.
you have to
And
respect
that's
their courage.
like Doyle, as we've previously discussed, is definitely the more pragmatic of the three.
Mhm.
And his immediate reaction is, well, we'll lose a few people that join us, but we're talking about saving the world.
Yeah.
Like, let's weigh the cost benefit here, and for Doyle, that's what it comes down to. You know, we might have a few casualties, but we can save the world. The caveat there is, but my companions won't be on board with this plan, and I can't make that decision for them. So like that's where the knee jerk,
Yeah.
nah, Marius won't go for this thing is, but if Marius is on board with conscripting civilians, then
Not
yeah.
with not with conscripting,
Yeah,
but
you're
with
right, you're
allowing
right.
them to volunteer.
Yes, a volunteer civilian militia.
Yeah.
Yes. If they have made this choice for themselves, we have to respect the courage it took them to make that choice and not take it away from them.
Mm-hmm. I think
Yeah.
Cal's is just trying to be like, hey, like I don't want. I would feel better with more people there. She's trying for honesty. She's trying.
Yeah.
I mean, the way Doyle sees it, if we fail here, everyone that would have died in this conflict will die anyway, just slightly later.
Yeah.
There you go.
And so he sees it as better odds of us succeeding means fewer casualties down the line.
And I think this is a perfect montage of a conversation, a prolonged conversation that happens over the course of several days, because you are traveling. You probably have to send off a number of these different magical messages to be like, hey, here's my initial speech. I'll contact you tomorrow to see how, the recruitment is going. And eventually they get back to you. Yeah, we have a whole bunch of people who want to join up. And then you have this conversation, and it does, start out, I don't know. These people are innocents. We're supposed to bear the brunt of this. And then you have this conversation. And so I think, and again, I'm not pressuring you one way or the other, but are we now leaning towards taking this?
I think so.
Okay.
All right.
So you will have this unit, but this unit will have some problems to it. All right. So we have the Ghost Army. We have this militia, the Rose Militia. And we're heading to speak to the Legion.
Yes.
Now, if we had several more episodes, I would dedicate entire episodes to having these conversations, going back to these towns, recruiting these people, an extended conversation with the commander and the army and all of this, going to the Aurora Legion, meeting the soldiers, meeting a commander there, the general, having these talks and whatnot. But I only have 2 hours left. So, to speed this up, you make it to the Aurora Legion. Marius, you are familiar with this area. You are important in your own right, but you are still just a member of the engineering corps.
Yep.
You would like to call on the Aurora Legion to send some sort of detachment to aid you in this.
Yes.
Once again, I would like a roll for you to convince them of this threat and to send an appropriate response. Of course, knowing that all you have is your word and vague visions.
Yep. I am, however, I'm gonna roll understanding tactics. And also,
Okay.
we don't have just my word.
Your collective word.
Yeah, we have our collective
Yeah.
word.
As rangers, that does come with some weight, obviously.
Yeah. We also
but you have no hard proof.
This is true. Aside from like the rosebud and the dead heart.
Mm-hmm.
But this is true.
Or I should say, no hard proof of the scale of the problem. You have some proof of a problem, but not a world-ending cataclysm that you need to mobilize the entire army for.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm going to roll understanding tactics to just communicate my understanding of the situation from a strictly soldierly and tactical.
Okay, I think that makes sense.
This is the language she speaks. The leader of the Aurora Legion is a woman named Gaius Beryl. She is infamously stony-hearted and cool under pressure.
All right.
And I'm gonna make that roll. In roll 20. Why am I opening the drawer where my dice live? We're using roll 20 for this. And
so that will be a pool of 3 from understanding and 1 more as a season 1 character for your skill in tactics.
Yeah, go! Yay, 2 successes!
5, 2, 5, and 3. Yes, 2 certainly will do it.
Yep.
So we will. Sorry, go ahead.
One thing that Marius is specifically requesting is, in addition to like a detachment, he would also like some siege weapons.
Okay.
For the civilians, so that they can be artillery support.
Ooh.
Okay.
That's how a tactician does it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
Okay. Yeah, and this is the Legion. They have those at the ready. It's not like they need to
Yeah,
make them or call them in. They have them at the ready.
I'm
Yeah,
Engineer Corps. If I've got connections anywhere, it's siege
yeah,
weapons.
that's very true. Okay. Yeah, you can have that. You can have that.
Yay! The lad helped.
That's pressing 2 successes, but I like it, so you can have it.
Yay! The lad is helping.
Okay. So once again, we see this montage of 2 soldiers, one an established but still just an engineer, talking to the leader of the Aurora Legion. I imagine there's this big, grand round table in a torch lit room. The insignia of the Aurora Legion. Do you have an insignia of the Aurora Legion?
Oh, geez, the only Legion I've actually done that for is the Glacier Legion from Sword of
Hmm.
Symphonies. I
Yeah.
haven't actually done one for the Aurora Legion yet, but it's probably green.
Okay.
They've probably got a green banner with a. I am gonna say an elk on it
Okay. Very
because
good.
Gaius Beryl is former Rhymehold royalty.
Okay. Yeah, so we have this short montage of these 2 soldiers talking. Of course, Doyle and Kalos there as well, Maud as well, backing up this information. You pull out the crumbled remains of the original heart. You pull out the glassy stone, the glassy rosebud. You have this ethereal heater shield, Doyle, and there's the camera will fade away with the commander nodding sternly, solemnly, taking in this information, uh, talking with some soldier advisors nearby, and issuing. We don't hear commands, but you can see the mouth moving. You can see her pointing in directions as she issues commands to raise the banners.
Yeah.
And unless there is any more preparation, you can with the Aurora Legion now make your way south, and presumably this other militia has already begun making its way from the area of Rose Rest.
Woo!
Is
I
there? Go ahead, Doyle.
I was gonna say the only other thing I would say is the townsfolk that we saved, just because that was the area we were in when we found it. I would tell them to try and gather some of that herb for herbicide.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's using your
Because
noodle.
we walked right through that area and they're gonna be right there. So, just hey, this is what this looks like. This is how you prepare it.
Mm-hmm.
Get some
All
before you
right.
leave.
Very good. Very good.
Using your noodle.
Very
Very
good.
smart.
Okay. So with that, we will skip ahead. All of this took a few weeks to put together. Because there's travel time involved. It takes time to raise an army, it takes time to gather siege equipment and get everything moving. But I think we will sometime later, as we see a mass of 3 armies marching towards, or I think it's a better cinematic scene to leave on these 3 small armies gathering at the Boundary Garden, these fields of lavender that surround Goatholm, the Goatholm Veldt, the epicenter of the melting of the cloud combs and the cataclysm that had happened, and sort of the capital of all kinds of bad nonsense. And these 3 groups will meet up there and begin marching beyond the lavender into this expanse of horrors and demons. And I think with that, it's the appropriate time. Let's take a short break, and we will pick up as we are getting to the Enthorned capital.
Ooh.
Go.
All
All
right.
right. You guys got all 3 of the armies.
We got arm beads.
Yeah. Okay. this will be an interesting after show. I really hope we have time for it. Okay. Yeah, let's take a quick break. I will stress, if possible, a quick break. Let's try to keep it near that 8 minute mark because we still have so much to get through, and obviously a crisis takes its whole time. It is still combat, quicker than most normal D&D combats, but it's still a combat session. So we got a crisis to get through. And some other things leading up to that, and hopefully some good resolution roleplay. So a lot to squeeze into the last 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours, we'll see. So we're going to take a quick break, about 8 minutes. We got some cool tunes for you to listen to on the intermission screen, but get up, stretch your legs, get a drink, go to the bathroom, whatever you need to do. Descatter as much as you can, because it's going to be a whole thing when we come back. All right, we'll be back in a few minutes. Stay tuned for the conclusion of The Creeping Tangle. Welcome back to the People's Ascension for the conclusion of our demo play series. This is part 2 of our grand finale episode of The Creeping Tangle. So we have a lot to get done in this last 2-ish hours. So we're gonna jump right back into it. We will be picking up. I think it is most narratively interesting if we are picking up around sunset, as these three armies, after days of marching through, days if not weeks of marching through the Goatholm Veldt, this interior of Imelta, uh, capital of the horrors and demons and whatnot. Probably more than a few small scuffles along the way with smaller groups of horrors and lesser demons that you've had to fight off just on your journey to where you were going. We will pick up as the sun is setting and these armies are making camp, and you can see and perhaps even ominously feel in the distance, just at the horizon of this previously mountainous area that is now eerily flat. You can feel, you can slightly see that small, at this distance, small patch of Tangle.
I think Marius has spent the entire journey. If there have been carts, he has been seated, surrounded by notes in the back of a cart somewhere, just desperately trying to put a game plan together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a whole army caravan on the march. 3 of them, in fact, and you can see distinct differences in each of these 3 small armies. Obviously, one of them is entirely spectral. You have this ghost army on one flank, with its own a mass of ghostly soldiers and their ghostly equipment, flying near invisible ghostly banners, with their own ghostly carts and ghostly steeds. On the other side, you have flanked this ragtag militia of rescued townspeople, and more than a few over-eager young men and women who have taken up arms, armor that is, well, more solid, perhaps less sturdy, as it has been put together, passed down over the years, or otherwise cobbled together, and they are using, instead of sturdily built military wagons and siege equipment, they have but farmers' carts and merchant carts that they are carrying themselves and their equipment in. And instead of war horses, they have their farms' donkeys and plowing steeds. And then, of course, in the center, a nice contrast to both of these sides, you have the Aurora Legion, a professional military unit, well equipped with gleaming armor, full sturdy carts of supplies and materials, weapons, siege equipment. And then your own group and Maud. So are you trying to get at anything particular with this, or is this simply the opening to some roleplay?
I think this is mostly just the opening scene.
All
I
right.
think that although Marius has seen this town in the visions, I don't think he's seen enough to actually form any in-depth strategy, and it's driving him completely bananas.
Mm-hmm.
So he's just like more and more surrounded by notes, surrounded by sketches, rough diagrams based on half-remembered visions. He'll occasionally show one to Maud and just be like, is this the layout? And I don't think Maud knows the layout of this place. And I don't know if Maud can particularly help him, but he's just I think seeing the volunteer army has, even though he was the one who said that we need to like respect their courage, he has gone full paternalistic Marius. And is like, if I don't come up with a good strategy, these people are going to die.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as a
So
soldier, that's a fact of war. Some of these people are
yeah,
going to die.
yeah.
The
And
number will be up to how this all goes down, how you choose to proceed.
exactly. So he's full tactician.
Okay.
He's
Uh,
driving himself mad.
we'll
But
get more on that as we get closer to the city. Of course, primarily in the initial advantage pool, but I think there will definitely be time for recon and assessing the situation and forming a plan. Okay. Does anyone else want to do anything individually or as a group or with any of these armies?
I think Doyle, having learned from Maud, would probably be helping make herbicide
Sure. Yep.
with the refugee survivors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can definitely do that. Put together a few small like hand barrels of this herbicide, which can be used in like you can fill up bottles and make like herbicide cocktails that you can throw, or maybe like coat weapons or simply make little. Yeah, like herbicide cocktails or coat weapons or something. Yeah, you can definitely do that. I don't think that's even going to be a role. You have that resource available to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, I realize this might be asking for a little too much,
Okay.
but what about the possibility of um, herbicide barrels for the siege weapons?
Um, I think you can make some herbicide that you can throw into like you can coat some of the rocks or whatnot with this herbicide or throw a few of these small hand barrels
Okay.
into like a trebuchet or something enough to help supplement, but you don't have like industrial barrels of this stuff on
Yeah, yeah,
standby
yeah.
just to lob entire salvos of herbicide over the walls.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Uh, anything from Kalos?
I don't think so. I don't think Kalos has much of a. She's just kind of waiting for the other two to come up with
Okay.
something, and she's probably just talking to Nefo the
Mm-hmm.
entire time over, being like, or maybe getting to know some of the people that she like recognizes, right? Because we're going with a couple of rangers, a
Mm-hmm.
couple of archaeologists, right? Yeah, so she's just talking to people that she recognizes and
Sure.
trying to like talk about her family without being like, so my family.
Getting some human moments in before the
Mhm.
war.
Yes.
Okay. It will actually be Maud that rounds up the three of you and gathers you into one place, which is showing more wherewithal from Maud than you usually get from them. But throughout this entire journey, just as they, you could see the way they carried themselves in the previous episode in that previous journey to the last city we were in, that increase in their presence in their activeness in the moment that has continued to develop over the course of this journey, and they don't look as perpetually half scattered anymore. They speak clearer, still with vagaries, but fewer drawn out pauses and far off glances. And actually look you in the eyes some of the time. But Maud will round up the three of you. I must show you. Please, follow.
let's go.
Yeah.
And they will lead you to one edge of this large encampment that was built sort of out of the way, trying not to draw attention to themselves. And they'll turn to the three of you. I remember now. Before before the world broke. I am the Rose Warden. And then, in a sort of blink of an eye, whether you blink or not, you no longer see Maud, this rather small person, uh, little flop of black hair, pale skin, kind of not disheveled, put together a lot more than when you originally met them, but fairly unintimidating. Instead, you see in the air, you actually have to look up once more this massive, coiling serpent of a dragon. White, gleaming porcelain scales intermixed with specklings of gold and this almost metallic pink. Massive, almost white furred antlers with rosebuds growing at the tips. These piercing pink eyes as they coil amongst themselves. A more serpentine dragon than the traditional, you know, European drake four-legged Skyrim dragons. You see this dragon, this large dragon, flying in the air.
Marius awkwardly waves.
There is a low rumble, and while this dragon doesn't speak, you hear from this low rumble in your mind, I remember.
Mm.
It'll fly down and coil on the ground.
You've been helping people for a long time.
For a long time. For a long time. But when the world broke, I lost the voices of my parents and forgot who I was. It took a lot to see the cataclysm and to save who I could. They called me Rosewarden.
Pleasure to meet you?
Yes. It's a pleasure to meet myself.
You do seem much happier now.
We must face an old enemy, one who has been allowed to grow far too much in my haze.
The Tangle?
Yes.
Gotcha.
The
Well.
embodiment of expansion and consumption. A dangerous demon. Dragon sort of lifts up slightly and surveys the area, and you're initially a little concerned that you have this large group of people that should clearly be able to see this very large, almost glowing white dragon, but nobody seems to be paying attention for whatever reason. Or maybe not paying attention, but not remarking. Like, there's clearly people idly looking in this direction, but they apparently don't see anything wrong with this situation.
Marius hasn't noticed.
We have made good allies. And you will be of help. I will need it. But I must face the Tangle. And you
Sure.
Right.
must help me be enough.
Yeah. I mean,
Well,
that's why everybody's kind of congregating to that spot because we're all trying to help you.
I think Marius says what he usually says when confronted with this kind of situation, which is Marius Gaius Immovable reporting for duty.
Yes, a soldier among soldiers. You will be needed.
I'll
The
do my
Tangle
best.
will have its own army. Itself an army. Expanded and consumed. From a great force from before.
Well,
they are beyond saving, but we can permit them rest.
Gotcha.
Do not be consumed yourselves.
Don't intend to be.
Yeah.
I will aspire to be enough.
Don't worry. The last 100 years have made us pretty tough, too.
So even
Yes.
if you're not quite enough, you're not alone.
Yes. Not alone. You have helped me remember. I have the wind again. And they take off into the sky. Again, flying above this army who doesn't seem to notice.
So that wasn't what any of us expected, right?
No.
Not initially, but after that last vision, I can't say I'm surprised.
I mean, I haven't been getting these visions. So now. What?
They're mostly
What?
horrible. Callus, they're mostly
Yes,
horrible.
they are
Uh,
not. You
Hmm.
don't.
Okay.
They're mostly very bad.
I see.
I would very much like to stop getting them.
Gotcha. So
Don't get
I'm
me
not going to
wrong.
be envious. I'm not going to be envious of you guys, but I will say I didn't see this coming at all.
Well,
If they could do that the entire time, then, well, I
I
mean, okay,
think
they
that they
couldn't.
couldn't do that the
Yeah.
entire time.
they forgot.
Yeah.
Okay. Very shocked right now. Very shocked.
Well, it does mean you and Nefo won't be the only air support.
That's true. We have a giant, she just looks up, dragon on our side. I mean,
Oh my goodness, I need to look at my battle plans. This
I was about
actually
to say,
does
this
significantly
changes
change my
everything
battle
for
plans.
you.
Yeah, I need to get back to my notes. This has been a delight, but I need I need to get back to work.
And
Like
also,
right
shouldn't
now.
we have given her some of the, like, does she have, or sorry, do they have the herbicide? Because they can just drop it down on the Tangle, right? From up there.
I think they have their
Think-
own plans.
Yeah, they probably
I'll take some of the herbicide then.
That is
they
an extremely good
probably yeah,
plan,
that is a
Carlos. Thank
great
you.
idea.
Marius like takes a notebook out of his pocket and just starts scribbling. Like,
Yeah,
Just
I'll
picturing Kalos like flying above, just pouring a bucket.
yeah.
mm.
That was wow. Who would have thought that they? I mean, I've heard of seers, but I haven't heard of seer dragons that can shapeshift into seer humans.
Well,
For our audience and the edification of the other players who aren't the creators of this game, dragons are they're mysterious and elusive, perhaps a little mythical, but tales of them exist, living among the people of Amelta as shapeshifters, at least the older dragons, that watch and may intervene for good or for ill, usually better for good, in the shaping of the world of people
yeah.
and themselves. Uh, a little fun fact. I'll save most of this for the after show. But because they're shapeshifters, uh, gender really doesn't mean much to dragons. A
Yep.
little early hint from Maud
Yeah.
there.
Yep.
There were little clues along the way.
Why is everybody going, yup,
Yep,
me?
yep.
What?
Totally saw that.
Actually, no, that's mostly at me.
Yeah.
Because it's mentioned in the manual that agender, genderqueer, or other kind of non-gender conforming people in Amilta sometimes refer to themselves as dragons
Whether they're actual dragons or not. Yeah.
Mm.
as their way of saying, like I do my own gender thing and I haven't got one. And so like Maud was a dragon the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's just
like
now you realize they're a real dragon.
Yeah.
I want to clarify the yep and nodding along. That's not me saying I saw this coming. That's me saying, oh, in hindsight, this makes sense. I see the plan that you
Yeah,
laid out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Excellent storytelling.
There we go.
Yeah. I'm delighted because, as I mentioned when we went on the break, dragons are my precious babies. They're my favorite creatures in Amilta.
Mm.
So
Well,
I was delighted.
we'll
I
talk
was
more of this
delighted.
on the after show. I definitely
Yeah.
have words. So if you're not a supporter already, consider doing that because the after shows are great. Anyway, back to the story.
Yeah.
I think we will leave you guys there to talk amongst yourselves in your astounded confusion, realizing that your little traveling companion is in fact a giant ancient dragon.
Yeah.
And I think some time will pass again as we see this army march towards the outskirts of this city. And I don't think I'm railroading anybody here by saying that I'm assuming you guys will want to scout out the area and do a little
Yes.
recon.
Yeah.
That is top priority for Doyle.
Okay.
Please do recon for me.
And Maud will definitely help with this. You're a little unsure as to how effective and how directed this ability to remain unnoticed is. You're not really sure if Maud changes shape or simply allows you to see their real presence instead of a projected presence. There wasn't really like a Pokemon evolution thing going on. There was Maud, and then there was Dragon. So you're not really sure how you get from one to the other, but nobody else seems to notice, and you're a little unclear as to whether they can just fly around the city and nobody's going to notice. Probably not. But Maud will help with this recon. Both vaguely remembering, vaguely using their seeing ability, and maybe a little bit of actual scouting. What is your intention for this phase of the assault?
I need information for my stratagems and tactics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, pretty much the same.
Yeah.
Like
Okay.
looking for weak points, looking for places where it looks like we might be able to enter the maze safely.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, not to get us bogged down, because we are with just over an hour left. I will say you can stealthily approach the exterior of this maze, and with Maul's help, again with some visions, maybe some real distant flying recon of the area, um, you get a general layout, and you can see even from ground, back beyond the maze, there are high walls in the city beyond. So, basic information from what you see. As you approach this tangle out front, you see it is quite a labyrinth that surrounds this city. Uh, Not terribly high, but high enough that it imposes its own barrier. Now, of course, you could hop on a cloud elk and just fly over top of it, but that would be quite noticeable. This maze is indeed made entirely out of vines covered in thorns. Everything from little vines, little natural looking vines that are little more than thread, to those massive vines you saw back at the town of Tangle that just pierced through entire stone buildings. And you can see there's a vague undulation to all of it as these vines slowly move and writhe amongst the maze. And then you notice these little red glowing dots. That sort of
Peloton radar.
Oh.
What?
on approach, you will realize, peering into this maze, those are ancient automata that make the corners of each of these mazes as vines stretch from one ancient sort of magitech robot to another. There's hundreds,
Uh-oh.
not thousands, here out in front of this city. Probably even more inside.
Oh.
But they don't appear terribly active at the moment, and quite well enthorned, quite well tangled into this mess. And you're not sure how much mobility they would have even if they turned on. Or became active, I should say. You can see those sort of red glowing sensor eyes. Anytime I think robots, I immediately think Mass Effect Geth. So that's kind of my envision. That one big eye. It's either Geth or it's Cylons. And I think Geth make more sense. But these sort of do imagine again Final Fantasy sort of Magitech kind of stuff. The real sort of makeshift, real clunky looking robots that have these I-beams. Beyond this maze, you see what looks like a high wall. You can see some glimmering of the sunlight back beyond the vines that make it look like this wall is of metal and not of stone. This is definitely, again, both Doyle and Marius are familiar with ruins. This is definitely one of the old ruins of an old, more advanced civilization from well beyond the Cataclysm. Makers of automata like this. Because it's the most recent Final Fantasy I played, I immediately think of Midgar. Something like that. This large metal city. Maybe not as large as Midgar, maybe not like multiple stories high, but definitely far more use of metal and technology, or at least magic technology, than what you normally have today. These sort of rustic, ye olde Fantasyland sort of towns. This is an ancient Magitech civilization. And you can see, now that some of that becomes clear, whether talking amongst yourselves, comparing notes, you have the whole Aurora Legion that probably has their own scholars and advisors that are along with them, talking with Maud about remembrances of their past, because that stretches back quite a ways now that they are aware of it. You can see along the top of this wall at least 3 large Magitech cannons.
Hammons.
Well encased in vines. You don't know if they turn on, what their armament exactly is, if it's active or able to be active, but they're there. You also are directed to this sort of central keep, this central castle, or at least central administrative building. And this whole town does look vaguely ruined, whether that's from the Tangle or perhaps even from a conflict before. You do see what us in the audience as viewers, probably not you guys as rangers, but us as viewers, would see as an unexploded ordnance of some missile sticking out the side of this this keep. So there's that. As far as what's on the interior of this wall, you're not going to be all that certain, unless somebody actually risks flying over the wall, which I wouldn't advise. I'll just throw out there. But you can imagine that there's probably a whole small army of enthorned creatures and automata. So you have to get through the maze, through the wall, if getting through the wall is even a problem. Deal with an army and find some way of assisting Maud in their directed assault against the creeping Tangle noble demon. Because I don't think it comes surprise to any of you guys as Season 1 Rangers that you are probably not capable of fighting this thing on your own. They're going to be taking the brunt of that fight, and you are going to be dealing with the army and providing support and opening up opportunities and weakening the Tangle for them. Unless you would like to draw up your own plans, which you are welcome to do.
Okay. Marius is absolutely just like buzzing, just like physically vibrating.
If I had a whole other episode, we would this would be a far more drawn out whole 5-hour assault of this city, but I have about an hour to do it, so
so yeah, he's physically buzzing. Here's my thought, which is draw them into a fight in the labyrinth, because if there's anything Crusaders know how to do, it's fight in labyrinths. It's literally what we do best. So I think at least a portion of the Aurora Legion should be entering this labyrinth and deliberately just this is where the fight is now. And drawing them out into the labyrinth where Crusaders are going to have as much of a terrain advantage as the local army is.
I have an idea about drawing them into the labyrinth.
Yeah.
What are the odds of us getting those cannons working and pointed at that wall, possibly at that unexploded ordnance?
Well,
you could probably do that.
Because if we can do that, we can make a pretty big dent in that wall, which I'm pretty sure they'll notice immediately.
Now, the cannons are affixed to that exterior wall, so you can't shoot the wall itself, really.
Okay.
But you can aim it at
in the labyrinth and aimed at us.
Yeah.
But
no, there's the labyrinth, and then there's the wall. The cannons are on top of the wall, the sort of exterior wall of the city. You could potentially turn them to the interior of the city and shoot at the castle or shoot at the Tangle.
Yeah, I would still like to do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And possibly still blow up that ordnance sticking outside of that wall, because something like that is a pretty big knock on the door.
The ordnance is also on the castle, not on the wall.
Oh, okay. Well,
that means that we can shoot it from the wall, yeah?
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. That's still a good way to knock on the door.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, three. We've got the civilians manning the siege weaponry.
Yeah.
Outside.
Ooh.
With also some of the Aurora Legion partially defending them, partially helping them.
Yeah.
We have the Aurora Legion in the and the ghosts are going to do whatever they want. I don't think any of us have an ability to command them. The Aurora Legion drawing the enemy into the labyrinth, making use of the fact that they're familiar with that kind of territory, and a small infiltration force trying to gain control of these cannons. That'd be us.
That'd be you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my initial thoughts.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Because Marius knows a thing or two about cannons.
Nice.
Like,
Nice.
he's engineer corps. He knows
Yeah.
siege weaponry.
Yeah.
All Doyle knows is that if you point them in the right direction, people and other sentient beings will be upset with you.
Yeah.
Indeed.
So that's the goal there. Let's make this thing upset with us.
Let's
Okay.
make this demon upset.
So let me break down how I saw this crisis unfolding, and you can, of course, add your own tactics to this. But we will be entering the crisis shortly, so I can detail it for you. The creeping Tangle. This is a big fight. This is the big fight. Destroy has a difficulty of 10. You are fighting a noble demon. It's going to be difficult. And I will be clear, your role in this is not to fight the noble demon. It is to preoccupy the Tangle's forces and either sabotage or find some way to help Maud, provide them an opening, weaken the Tangle enough for them to be the main bearer of force against the noble demon. A dragon against a noble demon is a much fairer fight than 3 first-level adventurers against a noble demon. So, destroy, difficulty of 10, because you're going up against an entire army, would be mainly a frontal assault of the Tangle's army and defenses. Do enough damage to infrastructure to physically weaken the Tangle and provide weak points for Maud to exploit. Redirect has a difficulty of 8. This, generally, sneak, draw away, or otherwise harry the Tangle's forces, co-op or sabotage the Tangle's defenses to give Maud an opening. And Outlast has a difficulty of 7. Yes, they're all difficult, they're all terrible. Outlast would be, again in my mind, draw as much attention away from Maud and simply survive the gauntlet long enough for them to fight off the Tangle themselves. You will need to make yourself a very large presence. Obviously, you have 3 small armies with you, but you will need to make yourself a very large presence, and that will put, the most danger on Maud.
I mean, I'm for redirect.
There are 2 additional rules for this fight.
Okay.
The first, if during a turn at least 1 goal is not advanced, Maud takes 1 damage. Maud can take 5 damage before she is felled and the battle is lost. Additional rule 2, if the Rangers brought additional forces, each unit can be exchanged for 4 successes, whether to help complete a task or negate an enemy option. This will, however, decimate that unit. And then, of course, the Creeping Tangle has all of its fun abilities that I get to throw at you, which, yes, are all terrible. So, keeping in mind the difficulties of Destroy and their general, the direction I see them, you guys can feel free to go with those directions, or again, create your own, however you would interpret Destroy, Redirect, or Outlast. But first, if you would like to set up any setup you would like to make through the use of skill checks before we initiate the crisis, we could also do that.
I mean, the thing that I would like to do is a tactics roll, but
yeah, that'll come with forming the advantage pool. Yeah,
exactly.
I think the first one you need to do, because you need to get past the maze and into the town. You will need to navigate the maze. Now, Marius can't get lost, but that doesn't mean you automatically know the shortest and most correct route from point A to point B. You simply can't get turned around.
Yeah.
It's
unlosable.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. What's your thought?
I make a fashion roll to see what the other armies want to do.
Fashion roll.
Yeah.
I think that would be more tactics or more
Hmm.
humanity than
What about?
necessarily
Okay,
cultural
then I can make a
understanding of them.
humanity roll as well.
Yeah.
Okay, can I make a sensitivity humanity roll to kind of gauge what the others
Sure.
want to do, the other army want to do?
Sure.
And then I think, because even though we have a plan of what they should be doing, that doesn't mean that they also, or
Mhm.
are they just going to listen to us?
You're the ones who are kind of spearheading this whole thing.
Mm.
So you definitely have weight in the decision-making process. The Aurora Legion will probably do what the Aurora Legion wants to do because they're a professional military and they think they're better than you.
Mm.
I don't want to speak out of turn. I don't know the
Yeah.
general mentality of the Aurora Legion, but when I think professional military, I think they think they're in charge, whether they are or not.
Now they know what they're doing.
I'm not going to give too much away. Go ahead and make that roll, and then I
Uh,
can give things away.
okay. Okay, yeah. I think also maybe with a sensitivity humanity, could this be like one last chance if anybody really like after seeing it, like seeing this what we're up against, like
Mm.
actually seeing it and actually being hit, like is this like one last chance for anyone who's like, you know what, this isn't for me to be able to like go back safely?
Oh, I'm sure some people are taking that opportunity whether you give it to them or not.
Okay.
But yeah, you can say you give them that opportunity, and probably a few more that were only sticking around so they didn't face the shame of deserting may also leave, but not enough to decrease your total number of units.
Okay. I'll just roll a
Yep.
46 and see what happens. Okay, I got 2 edge successes.
Okay. 3-1-4-1. That is no successes, but 2 edge successes. I mean, I really wasn't going to give this a high difficulty.
Uh-oh.
And for those successes, I don't know. Again, if I had more time, I would have come up with things like morale rules and whatnot, and I would say, they'll take a hit to their morale. But that's not
Right.
really gonna. You have 3 resources, and you can spend those resources for some successes, and I'm not gonna take away a whole resource for 2 edge successes on a how are you guys feeling roll. Um, I think this is a good one. You really only need 1 success, but it will require you actually going and talking to a whole lot of people, and talking to a whole lot of people is stressful. So I think you will take one scatter.
Okay,
Like I
I'll
said,
take
low
it.
success, low complication, but you take 1
Yeah.
scatter and you can go and talk to a whole bunch of people.
Okay, let's do it.
Yes, you learn. We'll start with the ghosts. The ghosts will do what the ghosts do. They will charge in. They will fight Tangle. Unless, again, you have some impassioned speech that you would like to deliver and more concretely direct them in some particular fashion. They will be, I don't want to say mindless undead foot soldiers, but they will, they're an army from the
Mhm.
past. They'll simply engage. Uh, the militia that you've put together, they are very thankful that you decided to put them on on the siege and not actually enter the city and into the fray, because this is much bigger of a problem than I think any of them realized. So they're very happy to stay largely out of the conflict and simply provide backline support and siege fire and arrow fire and whatnot. They are hesitant to join the fray. Some of them, enough of them will, if ordered to again be able to use that second additional rule. But they are not a professional military. They are, so there's definitely apprehension and worry there. But they will, it more so than any of the other ones, they will do whatever you tell them to do because they trust you. You saved them, yada yada. The army itself, much like the Ghost Army, their default is to engage. Point them in a direction,
Mhm.
and they will engage. If Marius would like to convince them, I think rightly so, to take up a tactical position in the maze and simply hold, I think that would be another role to convince them to hold. Otherwise, there's a castle, they're an army, attack.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I think that here's the other thing. the reason I have tactics and is because I'm a crusader.
Yeah.
Like we all have a fundamental understanding of tactics.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel okay trusting their judgment.
Okay. I mean, yeah,
Like, I will propose them taking advantage of the terrain of the labyrinth
mm-hmm.
to kind of tie up the Tangle's forces.
Mm-hmm.
But they're also tacticians.
From the standpoint of a military tactician, I think they would point out that because their main goal is to do something, whether it is decimate the forces, distract the forces, redirect the forces, whatever it may be, they need to make sure that all of this stuff going on the ground doesn't target Maud, which seems to be the plan. And they're a little vague as to, you know, what Maud is and how this Maud thing is going to fight a noble demon, but, you know, they just kind of go with it. Maud might be doing some weird mental magic there, you're not sure.
Yeah.
But you guys are the assaulters, they're on the defense. If the Tangle is smart, it doesn't need to engage. It's behind the wall. So if you guys are just hanging out in the maze, you're really not providing much of a threat. There's no reason to engage you when they can sit inside the wall and simply shoot up. So from the minds of a military assault, you need to press the assault.
Yep. Yeah, that's absolutely valid. And I think Marius is like, you know what? I absolutely trust your judgment. Like, I'm not talking to grade schoolers here. Like, we're all tacticians. I trust your judgment.
Yeah. If you were on the other side of things, creating defensive barriers in the maze would be an incredible strategy. And exactly what the Tangle is doing.
Well, Tangle is going to have to deal with us now.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I imagine that you guys, well, you tell me, are you spearheading this and trying to either forcefully push through or sneak through the maze and into the town before the army, or are you letting the army crash against the defenses and break through the wall, and then you guys go in after they've done their initial force, or something else?
I think Doyle's plan was a good one, which is steel cannon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So for that, you need to get through the maze, past the wall or into the interior of the wall, and then find the control center.
Yep.
Yes.
Now, the automata, are they scattered throughout the maze as well, or are they mainly just on top of the? Okay. I think that I may, in fact, be able to complete Doyle's key after all.
Nice. I figured. Yeah, like I said, there's no shortage of wonder in this this assault. Yeah, each corner of the maze, if you think of a maze, every time there's a current turn, each corner is an automata.
Okay, yeah. So like Doyle's main thing was knowledge of what happened before. Like he wanted to learn as much as he could about the old world. This is the most advanced old world city that is the most intact that he has ever been to. So I think that he wants to get up close to those machines and see if he can get them working in our favor too. And there's going to be a sense of wonder about even just being able to see them, let alone tinker with them.
Okay. Going up to each of them individually and reprogramming them, one, you don't have the knowledge, two, that would take a lot of time. Yeah. But if you want to blow one absolutely gigantic spell to turn them, that's one option. You could also try to find some sort of control center, maybe, probably separate from the cannon control center, or find some way, if they are being controlled by the Tangle, to cut off the Tangle's access to them. Which may be, you know, finding a heart and taking out the heart of the maze, or again, blowing one giant spell as you did in the previous town. So you have a few options.
There are a couple of options there that I've been kicking around in my brain about this. But I want as much of the maze to work for us as possible. And that might mean blowing up a couple at first, and then seeing about, you know, turning them on with a big spell or finding a command center, but we'll see.
Okay.
I know that they are part of Doyle's plan at the very least.
Okay. I think for the purpose of the crisis for you guys, it's going to assume that you get through the maze, and we're going to use either one or a series of skill checks to get through the maze and then actually engage in the crisis. So I need to know how you guys would like to proceed through the maze, and whether you're going before the army in a sort of covert sneak behind enemy line sort of thing, or if you're having the army crash into the defenses and you guys go in through the wake, or something else.
I think, and obviously, feel free to adjust my plan however you guys want to. This is not a unilateral thing, obviously, but I think trying to rig the cannons to just continuously fire on the Tangle in the city, and then book it back through the maze, lead them on a merry chase until they meet up with the Legion behind us.
That does sound fun. That sounds
Yeah,
extremely fun.
it
Here's
does.
the thing. That sounds like fun.
I want to say, when you said, as soon as you said Mary Chase, I was like, all right, we're in. I was like, on
Yeah, that
it.
sounds
Yeah,
fun.
give them a reason to want us not to be in the maze anymore, and then lead them to danger.
Yeah. All right.
So here's my pitch for how we get through the maze. Can you take me on a flyover?
Sure. Get on.
Yeah. Because if I can see the maze,
You can just draw it then.
I know the way through the maze.
Mm-hmm.
And I can guide the party through the maze.
Okay.
But it would require Kalos and Nepho taking Marius on a flyover, which is danger.
We
It
have
is
established
dangerous.
before that a alabaster electrically charged large cloud elk flying in the air is not a subtle thing.
No.
No, but
Yeah.
I mean, I think it would make a lot of sense, especially if Marius can then like have the path, and like you said, like just because he doesn't get lost doesn't mean that he knows the shortest way. But if he saw the maze and then was able to draw it out and route the fastest way, then it's boom, boom,
Okay.
boom.
Okay.
Let's take
I
the
like that.
danger.
I like that. Okay.
Yeah, I like this.
So I think Kalos is going to be in charge of making flying in a way so that the three of you don't get shot out of the sky, because they are definitely going to be shooting at you. So
Yeah.
you're going to be the pilot here. And then Marius is going to be rolling some sort of something to quickly take in all of this information, remember it so that you can land and then draw out a map, because you are not going to have the time to simply hover above there and call out directions as you move through the maze. You have to get a view of it, remember as much as you can, and then go down and direct from there. Or else you will be shot out of the sky by one of those cannons, or at
We
least
do not
foot
want that.
soldiers. Yeah.
Last thing we want.
Would Doyle like to contribute anything to this endeavor?
I think Doyle would want to be doing essentially making note of where the dangers are and which ones look like they can be turned to our side. Like, could we turn a trap for us or a pre-existing defense in the maze against the Tangle? So Doyle's going to be looking for the tactical advantage of where are the things we can use.
Okay.
Like, he doesn't necessarily need to know where the path to and from the cannons is. He just needs to know, between us and the cannons, how much can we use.
I mean, I don't think everyone can go up on Nepho's
Oh,
back.
no, yeah.
No, only two.
I was going to be relying on Marius's maze for that, like his sketch.
Okay.
Doyle's going to look at it and say, all right, here's what I think we can do with these.
Okay. So that's a roll that may come in after their
Yeah,
their
because
series. Okay.
if I'm not on the Cloud Elk, I can't help with
Yeah.
anything going on with the Cloud Elk, and
Right.
there's no way all three of us are going up there.
No,
Elk,
no.
they may be large, but they're not that large.
Yeah. Even Kalos and Marius is going to be a little rough on Nefo's back, but he'll manage.
Yeah, so I'm just waiting for the report, and then I'm going to help compile it into what we can do.
Okay. Well, then I think we can set off into the skies. So, Kalos, you are our pilot. You are providing, evasive maneuvers and whatnot. How would you like to go about doing that?
Gonna make an adaptability ride and roll.
I think that sounds good.
Yeah.
So let's see what happens. Please be yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
2
yes.
successes.
Let's go.
That is a dice pool of 3 for your adaptability, because you are all very adaptable, and 1 for a season 1 character with writing. Okay, 2 successes. I will keep that in mind. Marius, what would you like to roll to survey the area?
I mean, it's got to be sensitivity tactics, right?
I think that makes sense. Yeah.
As much as I would love to say understanding tactics because it's a better roll for me, I think it's physically he's looking and observing.
Yeah.
He's rolling it.
Sensitivity is your ability to perceive. Yeah. Whether physical,
Here we
social,
go.
emotional, whatnot. Also 2 successes. Very good. Nice.
Rolled good.
Woo!
Okay.
Did it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
We're so powerful.
No.
Yeah.
Finale good rolls. Let's go.
This is a challenge for me to fairly negotiate in my own mind without me rolling dice, but in Heroic Chord, the GM does not roll any dice.
No, the dice are for us.
So I don't get to roll a perception check or an attack roll or any damage roll or whatnot. With 2 successes, you are a large white cloud elk flying above a maze full of soldiers of some kind, automata, whether they're turned on or not, Tangle creatures, whatnot. 2 is very good. But you are obviously noticed, and you are obviously fired upon. That those 2 successes were, again, evasive maneuvers. And I think that's good enough to avoid the brunt of the damage. But I think between the 2 of you, and I'll let you divide this as you choose, 4 damage is dealt. I'll say 3 damage is dealt.
2 and 1.
I'll take 2. You can take 1. Yeah.
What? How dare you? The lad was gonna take 2.
And of course,
that's why I know the lad's gonna be taking a lot of it.
Yeah, the lad's gonna take 2 again later to prevent civilian deaths.
Don't worry. I was like thinking about it. I was like, yeah.
I will also encourage you guys to fully utilize your assist pools, because you have 5 additional assist pools scattered that you could play around with extra abilities there, and fully scattering into that pool doesn't necessarily take you out of things. It just imposes some complications, mostly narrative, sometimes mechanical.
I was about to say about that. I know we're not in a crisis, so I was like, I don't know if I can use it.
You can use abilities outside of crisis. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Could we just use escape route and take no danger? Because technically they're both mounted, so any attack aimed at us would be avoided. Yeah.
You wanna scatter 3 into your assist pool? Yeah. You and Nefo specifically. You are a pilot, but you're piloting a sentient being. Nefo can dodge just as well as you can direct him to dodge. So yeah, you scatter 3 into Nefo's assist pool, and Nefo does an excellent job dodging anti-air fire.
Yeah, no damage.
Cool.
No damage.
No damage.
Nefo gets to be cool too.
Love it. Love it.
Yes, it's the finale. I can't wait to not be able to speak.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be like, Callus, do you get it? She's gonna be like,
Your next impassioned speech to the undead legion is just going to be a game of charades.
Why is she new?
I'm just grunting like Nefo.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
All
Well,
right.
that negates that, and I love it. Okay,
I love it.
you have a means through the maze.
Yeah, Marius is just like frantically drawing
Mhm.
the second they get out of the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
He's so rough because Nepo's like dodging and stuff, like going up down.
Yeah.
Alice is like, good job, good job.
Yeah.
Uh,
Marius, like, with his offhand, holds up a hand for a high five while Till's like scrambling to get this
Yeah.
down.
mhm. Okay, yeah, you have a way through the maze.
And
Um,
he presents Doyle with the map and then proceeds to start making copies while Doyle is analyzing the map.
so
Yeah.
Doyle,
So he can make copies for the others.
what specifically would you like to do? What would you like to get out of it, and how would you like to enact that action mechanically? Because I'm still a little confused
So
exactly on what you're going for.
so with what I'm assuming a certain level of detail in the information that Marius got.
Mhm.
I know that it was primarily this is the route, but I was hoping to also have some notes about, it looks like there's automata here. It looks like there's, a small building in the maze there, that kind of thing. And I want to essentially look over the maze and I was hoping to use understanding tactics to like come up with a plan for not just getting to the cannons, but for leading the Tangle to the waiting army and setting it up so that we could sort of maybe use some of the pre-built defenses to
I think
delay
that
the Tangle more.
I think that is the crisis that you're talking about now. I
Okay,
think that's
yeah,
the whole
so
point of
that
the crisis. Yeah,
that would probably be more of that, but
yeah.
it just sort of I think the main thing he wants to do is get forewarning about where those things are.
Okay.
Look at the information provided and say, all right, when we go in, we already know that in
Mhm.
our direct line there are X number of problems.
Yeah, yeah. I think you can easily do that. I don't think that requires a roll.
Yeah,
Again, I think this all
that's
comes down to the crisis and how you play that out. Yeah.
yeah. I'm not sure really without having gone up and seen more or
Hmm.
entered the maze alone, that kind of thing.
Hmm.
I'm not really sure what else Doyle could do
Sure.
to get an idea ahead of time.
Sure. Okay. And again, this isn't just for getting an idea ahead of time, but providing because again, the crisis isn't going to start until you get through the maze. And I will
Yeah.
ask again whether you were going first or if the army is going first. But also any action you would like to take. I mean, you don't need to do anything. I'm not trying to
Oh yeah,
force
yeah.
you to do anything. So that we can simply, with the information that Mario has provided, you have a way through the maze. And then we will get
Okay.
to the crisis. It's just if you had any creative things you wanted to do along the way and a mechanical idea of what that would benefit you with.
Yeah, like my main thought would be go and see how active some of the automata are, but I don't think I can do that without actually entering the maze and
Yeah,
risking being attacked by
yeah.
them. So like
But you could do that while you were going through the maze. Yeah.
yeah, and so like most of my ideas are mid-crisis ideas rather than pre-crisis ideas.
Well, going through the maze would be pre-crisis because the crisis
Oh.
starts once you are through the maze. So as you are
Oh
going
yeah.
through the maze, uh, and you are going by these automata, like I said, every corner of the maze is built from an automata. You imagine that all these automata are lined up in a sort of phalanx position, but there are walls drawn between, like, connect the dots between each of these automata to make a maze. They are each forming a corner of the maze. So there are every few feet, every turn in the maze, there is one at least two automata from the corner. Um,
Okay.
I
Does
will
that mean
say,
it's time to go in?
I think this could be initiation of the crisis, but I will say, if you want to, I don't know how you would go about getting enough raw successes to do this. Um, is there a way? Cat, remind me, so I don't have to scroll through
Hmm?
the rule book. Is there a way to
Badger.
do group checks?
Mm, not formally.
Yeah. Because what I'm thinking, what I think you're going for here is trying to co-op this army, and because there's a good amount of them in the maze, you're focused on the maze. There's going to be more of them inside. But if you wanted to preemptively blow one of those giant spells and turn these automata outside the maze into a fourth unit for you to expend later, you could do that if you want to blow a gigantic, probably chord spell in order to do. Um, or if between the three of you, you can think of creative ways to non magically turn these forces. But it would require a high number of total successes, probably spread out between each of your three different roles, whatever they may be. But as you were going through the maze, you could go up there, cut them off, try to reprogram whatever you would like to do,
Here's the thing
or we
about
could
big
start the
spell.
crisis.
Here's the thing about big spell is that a unit can be traded for 4 successes.
Mm-hmm.
So if we burn ourselves down for 4 successes, we're doing math bad.
Yeah. Like if
That's poor
know.
mathematics. And if there's anything I know anything about, it's not mathematics. But
Mm. And honestly, like I was thinking that might be something that I try to do with my signature spell if I get a chance to.
Sure.
oh yeah. That would be extremely exciting.
That would be cool.
I mean, sometimes I'll just be like, I need this many total successes and I don't care who gives them to me
Yeah.
for a
Yeah.
skill roll for group
I
checks.
think I think something like that would require at least 5 successes. So I mean, if Doyle could find a way to make this wondrous, and I think it's a possibility, uh, and you have a good dice pool in a number of things. I mean, understanding I think would be the most relevant in, say, reprogramming an army. But if you have any other ideas, at the very least, looking at your understanding of two, that'd be two there, one from a skill, maybe tinkering, or tactics, whatever you might like to try to roll. And then maybe two from your key if we can find a way to work that in there. That'd be 5 dice. You alone, if you get really super lucky, could pull off those 5 dice on your own.
I mean, I also have
And
understanding
then there's
tinkering and understanding engineering.
yeah.
Yeah.
The consequence for a failure, I mean, I don't think there would be a huge consequence to the failure. It's just they would stay a problem during the crisis. It would come down to whether you succeed and what kind of ed successes you would need to take in order to succeed.
Yeah. And so like my thought, just laying out my plans for the GM to plan around. Uh my thought was get up to the cannons, use, understanding, tinkering, and my key of wonder to direct them to start shooting into the city.
Mm-hmm.
And then that'll unlock the signature spell,
Mm-hmm.
which I was going to use to remind the automata that they're here to defend the city and the enemy has already taken it.
Yeah. Yeah, in my mind, the resolution of the crisis was you getting to the cannon and firing on the Tangle.
Oh, I thought that was the pre-crisis.
Oh no, this is the pre-crisis.
Okay.
Crisis is infiltration team, if I'm understanding this correctly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in that case, then I could just say, understanding tinkering to work on one automata, and that potentially unlocks the spell. Like either way, Doyle is fascinated and consumed by a quest for knowledge about the old world,
Yeah.
and getting a chance to experience this old world's defense system up close is, mainly what I would be using for unlocking that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So I think what you could do is use something like that to create a safe corridor through the maze.
Yeah.
I don't think that would turn them unless you get a whole bunch of successes again. But turning them off
Yeah, turning them off works.
would create a safe corridor, and then you could potentially unlock your signature spell, and then use those signature spell pieces and a whole bunch of scatter, and your at that point knowledge of how machines work to instead turn them back on to your side, or or even not the ones in the Tangle maze, but perhaps the ones within the interior that have more mobility and can fight like a unit, or however you may like to go. So I think for your role in the pre-crisis infiltration is that role to make a safe corridor.
Yeah, that's what I think I would like to do.
It took some negotiation, but I think we finally got there.
Yeah, I'll take a safe corridor instead of a trap for the Tangle. Either way works.
Okay. Okay.
So I think that would be understanding, tinkering, and wonder for that.
Yeah.
So
these are Magitech relics from an old age. They are wondrous, especially to somebody with an eye for tinkering. I'll definitely take that.
That would be 5d6.
2 from understanding, 1 from season 1 skill, and 2 more from your key of wonder, which is all 5.
Yep. Oh,
there's those edge successes I was looking for.
3 edge successes.
Yes.
And 1 normal success.
At least you got the normal success. Hey.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yep.
Okay, it was gonna require 6 to turn them to your side initially, just from reprogramming, which obviously wasn't possible. From 5d6, it would have taken other people to support. 4, I think, is good to create a nice, easy, safe corridor for everybody. Again, if we had more time, I would look at things like morale and variable size units with using dice counters to check the size of the unit and the morale of the unit. Colville actually made a great book about that, but we're not here to plug that. So there's not a huge mechanical benefit to this, but you do create the narrative benefit of, yes, the armies will have a safe corridor to move through, so they will not take any casualties until they actually get inside. Okay, for those three edge successes, obviously tinkering with ancient Magitech robots is dangerous. They might attack you, they might explode or short circuit and zap you. You tell me if you think this is unfair. I will actually say it requires a difficulty of 3. Let me scroll up and check my guidelines here. No, 4 to 5 is a difficult task, and this is definitely a difficult task. This is going to require all 4. I will say you do have your companions about, and they are probably assisting you in this, whether they needed to roll a skill or not. I will say amongst the 3 of you, each of those edge successes, and you need all 3, will require 2 damage. Again, you can spread that out as you would like, 2 apiece.
What do you think, guys?
I love to take hits, and I think it's always the correct choice.
And as a mechanical benefit, this will decrease the cost of using a spell to turn the automata, because if I'm giving you 6 damage for this, there needs to be a reason to take that. So it will quite significantly reduce the cost that you would need to scatter for to turn these forces or those on the inside. You kind of know their code now.
Okay.
All right, so how are we distributing 6 damage? In increments of 2.
In increments of 2 specifically?
Yeah.
I was going to say, because Callus already took some, maybe, 3 and 3 for Doyle and Marius, but if we
I'll
can't
allow
do
it.
it that
Yeah,
way...
I'll allow it. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Also,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
Callus is at 10 out of 10 HP. You
Throwing
know
it out there. Wait.
Yeah, they didn't take any damage.
You took that to Nepo, didn't you?
Yeah.
Bye-bye!
I mean, I'll still throw out the offer, but you know.
I like how cat.
I mean, yeah, it's a discussion to you guys. If Kat wants to take 4, I mean, I'll say you could split it up however you would like. 6 damage split up however you would like.
You guys, you can take 2. Tail can take 2. Marius can take 4. Callus will just be here.
I mean, if 3 and 3 is allowed, 3 and 3 is allowed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
3. I'll still stand by the
Okay.
3 and 3. You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Each of you take 3 damage.
I think Marius is helping, like
Like
just kind of being there to hand Doyle a wrench or block an attack or something.
and I think Doyle is the least combat focused of the 3 of us. So like me taking extra damage right now and saving that for Kalos later is fine.
Yeah, so I think what happens here as you're going through the maze, as you go through this maze, every time you reach a corner, you do notice some of those eyes glow red and sort of trace you. But especially towards the edge, the exterior edge of this maze, they are well ingrained in the maze. If they're not capable of moving whether they would want to engage you or not. As you get deeper into the maze, however, you're tinkering around with some of them, and you find one that looks like a good specimen. It's easy enough to get to. It's not covered by a whole bunch of vines. Looks relatively good shape, and you notice it has a little plate on its chest that you can open up. You go in there, you start tinkering around with things, and then Marius notices the red eye turn on and glow even brighter and emit a little bit of heat, which previously the other ones weren't doing. And Marius, you shoulder check Doyle out of the way as a beam shoots out of the eye of this creature, and that's how you take your 3 damage.
Owie.
Later down the line, noticing to avoid this, you take a different route. But as you are sort of connecting the sort of network mind of these creatures, these automata, to collectively turn off, you trip some sort of security measure, and it sort of sparks and explodes a little bit, and that's how you take your 3 damage.
Yeah.
But that did create a nice safe corridor through the maze, and will allow you a much easier time to take control of them later on. So I think now it's time to get into the crisis itself. With half an hour left, we're definitely going over, guys.
Sorry.
No, that's it. That's fine. That's totally fine. That required a negotiation to get to a place we all understood and were happy with, and I am all for it. That's one of the best things about this game.
I think that means it's time for the lad's favorite role.
Yep. Time to form that initial advantage pool with your adaptability tactics.
Oh, bad roll.
Basically.
Yeah.
All right, so let's do it. We are getting into our crisis. So for those following along, when you start off a crisis, we don't worry about initiative or anything. We simply form our advantage pool. The players will go, and then the crisis will go. But each of the players roll an adaptability tactics roll, and successes are added to a group dice pool to pull on later, in order to ensure that their own tasks are able to complete, or to buy off consequences from the enemy's turn. So each of you go ahead and roll me that adaptability tactics roll. Marius automatically gets 2 successes, right, from your ability.
Yeah. Strategist.
Strategist ability, awesome.
Which is good because I only rolled 1.
Yes, so I will add that in there. Let's see, just go down our list of all the cool stuff you guys can do. Doyle unlocked your secret, your signature spell pieces. You now have access to Spoken Truth, which you can cast as itself, or you can take Spoken, or you can take Truth, and mix and match however you would like.
Okay.
Survival specialty. Yeah, you're in ruins again. Yeah, you start with an extra 3 successes in your advantage pool.
Yeah.
I was originally going to say, you know what, this is too far gone for it to be ruins because you've been in ruins for the last two fights anyway. But you know you're gonna need all of this advantage pool anyway, so I'm gonna let you
We're
have it.
We
gonna
are.
need
We
it.
are
Be
Yeah.
nice to
absolutely.
us.
Of course, you are outnumbered again, so you get to take two actions this turn, Doyle, or this crisis. Once again,
Yep.
those are two very powerful abilities
They are. I
in
really
very
like
in
those
very
two
niche
abilities.
situations, but exactly the niche situations that I had intended for this campaign, this adventure. Okay, let's see. Then we also have. Unfortunately, these are not horrors, so
Ooh.
Kalos' combat specialty doesn't work, but you did get some good use out of it last time. Surrounded by life, well in forest. I will say, um, I mean, it is the Tangle. It's not really good life, and that sounds like good life. Um,
But if I just got her up to 12, oh
I,
boy,
I will,
narrative.
I'll, I will also allow it because we haven't seen
Yeah.
it in play
Yeah.
before, and there is just a mass of uh plant life around here.
Yeah.
Scattering up to 12.
Yep,
Let's
so
go.
you
Let's
can
go.
scatter up to 12.
Wow.
And if you can find a way to use your Key of Honesty, you can unlock Magnetic Blossom, which sounds fun. And of
Yeah.
course, we've already looked at Strategist for +2 tactics, +2 successes when rolling tactics, to add or create the advantage pool.
Yeah.
You, however, are not in a tundra. There's no way that I can finagle that one in.
No,
You're not in a tundra anymore.
it's not
Oh
a
well.
tundra. That's okay. I got good use out of it in the last
Yeah.
combat.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But again, you have one key left, and that is Devotion. And if you can find a way to use that, and I'm sure you will unlock
Yeah.
Dauntless Sentinel. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. What do we have here? How did this
Donna,
go? I think I'm still waiting on Donna's roll.
the time
And
has
I
come.
rolled already.
Did you?
Yeah.
Was that
Oh, is
the
that
first
the?
one here? The 3d6, the 642.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Cool.
then we're good.
Okay.
1, 2,
So that
3,
is uh
8.
the 2 from Strategist, the 1 from Cat, the 1 from Donna, 3 to start off with from Pat, and then Pat got 1 flat, and then an edge success.
Yeah.
That edge success, even
Would
with
take us to 9 if I know how to do
yep,
math.
yep, that would take you to 9.
Mhm.
Which actually isn't your largest advantage pool yet,
This is
unfortunately.
pretty small for us.
I
Yeah,
think it's
yeah,
one of our smallest.
yeah,
Like,
unfortunately. Okay, for that edge success. Um, I mean, again, you're fighting through this whole situation, because this is for the advantage pool and you're going to need it. I mean, you've already elected to take 3 damage. I was just going to go with the easy 1-for-1 damage for an edge success, unless you have a counter offer.
um, I mean, I
Uh,
think
hmm.
maybe 1-for-1 scatter instead of damage. Just spread it into a different pool. Like,
Uh,
that's the
if
only
you can
thing I
tell
can think
me
of
if you
immediately.
can tell me how that would affect how that would work narratively. What causes you to scatter?
I mean, it really could be a lot of things at this point. Like, Doyle is not a daring person. He is a sit back and watch person. He
Mm-hmm.
tries to get as much information as he can. He's about to enter a maze to turn on some cannons and hope for the best against a world-ending
Yeah.
demon. He is being forced onto the front lines repeatedly
Mm-hmm.
of this crisis. Um, it's his first time seeing an ancient city that is still so intact, and it's being destroyed by Tangle, and that was
Yeah,
like his dream to learn about the old world. Like there's a lot of reasons Doyle could take Scatter right
I'll
now.
take it. Yeah, I'll take it. Scatter 1, and you got 9 on your advantage pool.
Okay.
All right. That forms our advantage pool. That starts our crisis. Would you like a reminder of the details, or are we good to get going?
Let's party.
What? Go.
Yep.
All right. Well, we start off with your turns, and I will remind Doyle, you get 2 turns because of that stupid cheating ability. No, it's great.
And
I love it. You're gonna need it.
we
Yeah.
we must advance something every round, because
Yep.
if we don't advance something in a round, Mod gets bonked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Gotcha.
We don't want. But that being said, there's 2 things that the lad's gonna do. The first thing is activate an assist ability
Okay.
called Spectre.
Mhm.
Tell
Marius
us
kind
about
of
that.
closes his eyes for a moment, and this fallen warrior materializes next to him. I believe I specified in the manual. Let's see. I can just read it. A phantom appears to aid you for the next 3 rounds of combat. There's a ghost present who will make attacks using the same skills and facets as you do. Phantom is no one you recognize, a fallen warrior from the place's history, and they do not speak. So this is like a Magitech soldier from the far past is kind of conjured into being next to Marius, because that's we need as many turns as we can get.
So if I understand this correctly, for the next 3 turns, you also get to act twice,
Yes, but one of the turns is only for attacking.
only for attacking. Okay.
For
Which would
well,
be
it says they make attacks,
yeah,
so
yeah. Which to clarify,
melee
since you're
roll.
the rules creator, does that
Yeah.
mean it's only useful in things like daring? It can only advance destroy.
Honestly, the way I would roll it is it can only advance, destroy, or contribute to the pool by rolling attacks.
Yeah, yeah. I think that makes sense. Cool,
Because
cool.
I don't. So for the Marius portion of this turn, we're gonna add to the pool with tactics,
Okay.
because that's one of the things
Yeah.
that Marius likes to do.
So anytime you do this, you immediately just get 2 successes.
Yes. 1 success and 2 edges on that roll, though.
Mhm.
So we're
Okay.
adding 3, maybe 5, maybe 5,
Oh.
maybe 3, maybe
Okay.
5.
Edge successes. Edge successes. I think. I think. I think. Uh, yeah, yeah. You are. You have created another entity that the Tangle and its forces have to be aware of. You are presenting that you are not only a threat and directing the assault with this tactics roll, but you also are able to summon your own reinforcements in some way or another. I have a specific ability in mind that it is definitely going to target you with on the upcoming turn.
Okay, yeah, hit the lad.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
like, lad loves
Um,
getting hit. It's his
but it's a
favorite thing
doozy.
aside from tactics rolls.
Okay, okay. So you can add those 2, and then I'll wallop you in a bit.
That's a total of 5,
Yep,
so that brings us to 14.
14. That's what I got.
And then
Cool.
my ghost friend is gonna roll adaptability. Let's say mid-range weapons. Let's say they've got like a weird technical glaive
Mm-hmm.
with like and it's adaptability because I think that this spirit is just like following us through the maze, and like specifically like kind of following Doyle, because I imagine Doyle is very focused on these automata, and this soldier is like following and responding to attacks against Doyle to defend.
Is that adaptability though? Um,
Res-
quickly reacting to change or using or using resources in a creative way. Quickly reacting to change. I think daring would make the most sense, just
Daring
like
would make the most
full
sense,
off
but be the worst
assault.
role.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
he's got my character
And
sheet,
I
and
know
I'm being a baby about it.
it's a difference between a
Oh,
point of 1 in daring and a point of 3 in adaptability, but
Yeah.
adaptability is kind of a stretch in my mind.
Kind of a stretch.
Yeah,
Okay, I will roll daring. I will roll daring weapons.
oh,
They're both
nothing.
fours.
Yeah.
They're both fours. However, I did add 5, so I'm still a grown up.
Hmm.
yes.
Okay.
What
That's
are the terrain spell pieces?
Yes, very good.
yeah.
Yes.
Terrain spell pieces. Let's get some spells out there.
There's one of
Let's
them
see.
says signature spell pieces, so pop off.
Every time you get into a new area, there are at least 6 terrain spell pieces, perhaps more, which you can discover with some rolls. For this, it is Dominion, Thorns, Fortified, or Fortification, or however you would like to tweak the word Fortified, Maze, Growth, I had those 5 prepared, and for some reason my brain saw 5 and instead saw 6. So that 6th one is going to be, I can go up and pull from many other Tangle events, is going... you know what? They're all kind of a bit... why can't I count? I am going to go with I already have maze. I'm not going to use winding. Let's go with. Oh, that's a good one. Let's go with desperate.
I
Yeah.
was like, desperate despair?
Yeah,
Oh, let's go.
yeah.
Powerful.
All right, cool. Dominion, Thorns, Fortified, Maze, Growth, and Desperate. Who's up?
I let's see. Kalos will cast Heart Fortify.
Oh,
Okay. What does that
I like
do?
that.
Yeah, it's cute, right? So if we had the morale, that would be cool. That'd be a cool
Yeah.
thing to do. But I think what it's gonna be is that you're gonna see this. It's essentially going to contribute to the Outlast, and I might have to take some more scatter to get this bonus effect. But I think also it can reduce one or however many damage that you would need to decide on or renegotiate through of like points of damage. And so the idea is that she casts this, and it's for her, uh Marius and Doyle, only those three, not the other people. But like, and then around those three, it's like this shield comes up, this like pink bubbly shield comes up and is going to
Okay.
automatically protect them
Yeah.
from any danger that comes their way. But it will
Yeah.
pop. It'll pop like
Yeah.
a bubble.
Okay. Well, if you're going to try to outlast, and I think that is appropriate for this, you're going to start off. I mean, it's going to require 7 to begin with.
Yeah.
Of course, you have 14 in your advantage pool, and you can pull from there. I will say we can do a 1-to-1 distribution of damage for extra successes, and you can decide how much of a shield you would like to make. But one additional scatter will give each of them a 1-point shield. So one scatter, they would each absorb 1 damage before the shield pops. 2, they would each absorb 2 damage before the shield pops.
Let's think. I'll do 2 damage. So
Okay.
it'll be 9 total.
9 total. Scatter
And then
accepted.
I will take 2 from the advantage pool. So we'll be down to a 12 in advantage pool, and I will take 7 scatter.
Okay.
Bring me up to 8 out of 12.
Out of your now bolstered total of 12. Okay. So I will mark that Doyle and Marius have a 2 bubble shield.
Yeah.
Yes, and does Callus have one as well? Yes, or is it just those 2?
Yeah, you said Doyle and Kalos. You didn't include yourself.
Mark.
You
That's fine.
didn't include
cute.
yourself. If
That's cute though.
I mean, if you want to include
it's-
yourself, it would be a
No. I
Yeah.
think that's cuter.
Okay.
That like Callus is protecting her friends. I
Yeah.
think that's cuter.
Okay. Cool. And that advances Outlast. There you go. That is one
Which means-
advancement that you needed. And now we have Doyle's 2 turns.
The double Doyle.
Let's go.
Yeah. So for starters, I'm thinking maybe I don't know if I want to start with a big spell, but that's how I've always done it. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that.
Consistency.
Yeah, consistency. Let's turn these automata on, preferably the ones in the city.
Okay.
Make them a problem. And I'm gonna do that with I don't think I even need my signature spell piece for it now that you've given us these extra ones. We're gonna go with Revolution Dominion. The automata were here to defend this city, and we're gonna remind them of that, and they're gonna turn against the Tangle.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, I like that.
Yes.
Very
Revolution
much.
Dominion is
Revolution
so good.
Dominion.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you would like to turn the robots. I will say there is a specific ability that this crisis has that utilizes those robots. So it would take that away, and it would give you another unit, which you can then exchange for 4 successes. Now, if I make you spend 4 successes to get 4 successes, you're not actually netting anything, but it would remove a potential action from the crisis, at least momentarily. There is, however, a way that it can get that back. Are you also trying to advance a pool, or are you simply turning them into a resource?
I was gonna let that be a negotiation. If depends on how much it would cost to advance a pool and turn them into a resource.
So I think advancing a pool would be redirect, because you're redirecting the forces against you to instead fight the Tangle. That sounds like a redirect to me. So that would be a base of 8, because it's always 1-to-1. So that would be a base of 8, and then it's at least temporarily taking away an attack and giving you another resource. So I would tack on another 2 there, because I don't think it makes sense for you to spend 3 in order to get a resource which gives you 4. So I will say 2. And then you pulled off that pretty good roll and took some damage from the setup for this. So it was going to be a base of 10. I'm actually going to reduce that down to 7.
Okay.
So for an advancement, you can spend 7 scatter, and that's 1 less than it would take you to advance anyway. And then you would get a resource, and at least for 1 turn, take away a dangerous attack.
I think I'm willing to do that.
Okay.
Okay.
How are you paying for this
That
7
would
scatter?
I'm tempted to just take it all and just not do a lot with spells from now on. But knowing that there could be scatter abilities, I think I will take on 5 of it and take 2 from the pool,
Okay.
putting me at 6 total so far.
Putting us at 10.
Yeah.
What was that distribution again?
I'm gonna take 5 and then take 2 from the
Okay.
pool.
Gotcha. We are down to 10 in the advantage pool. Okay.
Time for the squeakquel.
Yes.
Yeah. So for my next uh turn, I was thinking just, maybe a risky, because I don't do much with it, but daring, melee weapon roll to add to the pool.
Okay. Yeah,
Just,
this
fight back at the things that are trying to keep us from getting through the
yeah.
maze.
Yeah,
So,
this first action is you guys at the interior edge of the maze pushing through the first of the main defenses guarding the wall, push through the wall, push through that line of interior automata soldiers. Uh, Marius pointing things out with the tactics roll. Of course, you're turning some of these units against them.
yep.
Yeah, and then you can roll
No
that.
successes there.
Nothing there. Yeah.
I
We can't
tried,
do
guys. I
it.
tried.
We can't
Uh,
do it. We can't roll daring weapons. We
We
can't.
can't. We
both
can't.
both you and the spirit that Marius summoned are engaging in combat, but not enough to add a mechanical benefit. You are, however, distracting soldiers, absorbing blows from soldiers, dispatching some other automata. It's just not in a large enough scale to make a mechanical difference. Okay.
We can't do it. And we shouldn't.
Okay. That is all 5 of your initial turns.
Yeah.
Okay. Man, I am a little worried about this fight. Okay. So at least for right now, you have taken away my ability to use firing line because you turned a significant amount of my soldiers against each other, and they're
Oh!
fighting against themselves now. Okay. So the way this works out, yeah, you guys have elected to sneak your way through the maze first, open up a safe corridor, and be the initial assault into this area, and then the army is going to follow in. So at this point, you have pushed through in small tactics formation through this own small section of interior fortifications and soldiers, and then the armies come charging in. You can hear siege weapon fire beginning to bombard
Yeah.
I mean, they're probably holding off on that actually because you don't want to bombard the maze while you're going through the maze. But they're probably lobbing some shells over the walls just to cause distraction, hit whatever soldiers they can on the far interior.
Can I pitch that this is a good time for those pesticide barrels?
Yeah. They're
Yeah.
definitely lobbing some of those in with some rocks. They're doing their part in siege artillery. The Legion is pushing through this safe corridor. They are able to make it there quite quickly. The ghosts can actually just move through the maze without any problem. They just phase out of existence and show up on the other side of the maze and engage with the Magitech soldiers in there, and they have joined the fray. And then, of course, you have the Magitech soldiers that you turned. So you have 4 units that each can be traded in for 4 successes that will decimate the unit. And then the Tangle gets to act. And I think its immediate reaction, seeing that it is being... actually, I did say the first thing that was going to happen was that the
Oh,
lad was going to get
bullied.
targeted with something. Yes.
Yeah.
So you created an ally, so I'm going to target you with Thorn. Yeah, you know that thing that it does to people?
No! Don't do the thing it does to people!
Thorny vines wrap around the target and pierce their body and
Oh,
mind,
no.
puppeting a ranger against their allies. You
Very
scatter
bad.
2, and no goal may be advanced until the advantage pool is increased by 3. These successes don't actually add to the advantage pool. It costs 6 to negate.
Get it, get it. But we only have
We
10.
only have 10.
Mm-hmm.
But then, how are we going to advance the advantage pool by 3? Well, hold on, let me think about my rolls. Because it's gonna be.
I don't want this to happen to, I mean, to be honest with you, anyone in the party. It's bad
Mhm.
and naughty.
But this is all, yeah. This is sucks because this is our first attack. So
It defo sucks
so
to
we're gonna
yeah.
get clobbered.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We're gonna get clobbered.
Well, the good news is that 2 of you have shields, so keep it up.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that shield does not prevent this.
No,
Doesn't.
but
'Cause it's
it'll
not
prevent
straight
damage
damage,
if we
yeah.
get clobbered. So
Scatter. It's
let's get
scatter.
clobbered. Let's prevent this and then get clobbered.
Let's prevent this and then get clobbered.
There's also the opportunity to take a hit if anyone would like to take this instead of Marius, or you could just buy off the 6 cost consequence.
This one
Wait.
is bad for the whole party if it happens, regardless of who it happens
Mhm.
to, is my thought.
Wait, hold on. What if Kalos took the hit because I can't be forced to gain scatter?
That is a good idea.
It would negate the first clause of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not the one that sucks. The 2 scatter is not the part of this that sucks the most.
Yeah. So you would not get to act in the following turn because you would be a puppet and fighting your allies.
Think about that,
And
guys. You guys would get 4 turns.
That
You
is
guys
true.
both have 2 turns. It's not great, but you guys can definitely advance the advantage pool, but it won't add to
I
it though.
Mhm.
already have an idea of how to narratively advance that anyway.
Okay.
There we go.
And
I'll-
again,
You know.
if when taking a hit, you take half of the initial cost. So if you want to take this hit, it would only cost 3 to do that, but you actually take the hit. It will affect you, but it costs half of the initial pool to completely negate the effect.
Oh,
Just
wait,
as a
hold on.
reminder.
Yeah,
But
so we
then
would
it
still
costs-
lose 3 from the pool, and
And
then
then
we
it
would
would
have to gain
Yeah.
3 next turn
Yeah.
in order
Yeah.
for you to act again.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
rough.
let's just take
Yeah.
the hit.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's just
Oh no.
we're going down to 4 for the
You're
advantage
gonna
pool.
you're gonna take 6 out of 10 away from your advantage pool.
Yikes.
It's not pleasant.
Nope. I think it's
I don't-
actually good you did that because you're gonna need all of these 5 turns to try to generate as much advantage as you can while still
Yeah.
advancing the pool so Maud doesn't
These
get walled.
goals
Yeah.
are no joke.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will say, at least for this one turn, because you turned a significant portion of its mobilized army, it's going to lose one of its turns per round because it was going to do something that it now can't do.
Okay.
But
Did
instead,
give it 3 actions per round?
oh yes, oh yeah,
Okay.
it has 3 actions per round. I was gonna do 4, but these are also dangerous. I don't think you could survive 4.
Yeah, no,
Uh,
4 would be
now
incredible.
it's
Yeah.
Thank you
2.
for 3.
It's now 2 at least for this one turn until it calls reinforcements.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So it realizes it can't use firing line. So instead, it's going to use reinforcements. But instead of getting the benefit from reinforcements overwhelming you, it is simply replenishing the soldiers that you had taken. So it's not really a net benefit. It's just regaining the loss. So that's how it's eating up that second action. It is then going to. This is also when Maud, in dragon form, flies over the wall and flies towards that central keep and you see this time first for Doyle and Kalos, but first in reality for Marius as well, the Tangle stand up from its seated, slumped over, massive vines position, engulfing this ancient city and the castle in the center, stands up with a heavy growl.
Oh,
Stands up, this massive creature that must stand a good 20 stories tall.
too big.
It's huge.
Go on.
Maud is even dwarfed by this creature. Large in her own right, but probably half the size of this creature. Maybe not 20 stories, maybe close to 15, but it's still massive. Maud's a big dragon, but not that big. Maud flies over and begins engaging. You can see this creature take a large swipe at it, and Maud dodges out of the way, shoots a barrage of thorns, some hitting them, some not, as Maud blasts back with a roar and runs in and starts slashing away with claws, casting spells. A breeze of rose-scented wind sweeps over the soldiers and towards the Tangle. And then the creeping Tangle rears back and vines lash from its chest and go to ensnare Maud, which is one of its abilities. This is a big one. They're all big ones, to be fair. But this is the big one. This is the Tangle legitimately fighting Maud. This will require more than you have. So it's going to happen.
The amount. At least tell us the amount.
8.
Okay.
Maud takes 1 damage and is grasped by the Tangle. Again, Maud can only take 5 damage. Maud takes 1 damage and is grasped by the Tangle. Redirect or Outlast cannot be advanced until Destroy is advanced by 1. As you actually have to target the Tangle itself.
Okay.
It's a good thing you have all those units you can turn into successes. I will say, though, you do have those units. So you do actually have enough to buy this off. You spend all 4, you sacrifice a unit, you could buy off all 8.
Oh, no.
Like I said, there's going to be some tough decisions here.
I mean, we do have units that we don't care about.
We have 2 non-human units.
Yeah.
I will also say the consequence from the recruitment roll earlier, the militia is going to be, they're going to take heavy enough casualties that you might as well use them, so you should use them.
So we have 3 that ultimately,
Yeah. If you don't use them, a portion will survive. If you do use them, almost all of them are going to die, is just what it comes down to. But they're going to be decimated anyway, so you might as well use them. In my mind, but I'm a military pragmatist.
Yeah, like I would say start with the ones that have no souls.
Mm-hmm.
Or that are dead already.
Yeah, like start with the ones with no souls, then move on to the souls that have already died, and then move on to the already doomed units, and then,
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just, order of operations.
Sure.
Okay.
Is that what you want to do to save Maud from this this attack?
Yeah. So, yeah. Wait.
Sacrifice the automaton, burn our 4? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone cool with that?
Yeah, fine by me.
Okay.
It's such a hard fight.
This is not an easy fight.
You guys have been trouncing my my crises so far.
That's why we're gonna have to be extremely.
I feel like Doyle has been getting trounced by your crises so far.
Callus has been good.
Somehow the lad keeps getting hit. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just because you don't actively knock us out mid-crisis doesn't mean that we didn't.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
Get put through the ringer.
Yeah. Okay, so you turn the automata against the Tangle. Instead of fighting the other automata you were not able to turn because there were still more you couldn't turn. There's a whole city full of these things. Instead of fighting to maintain themselves and help you, they turn their attention up to the Tangle, and there is a barrage of I-beams that shoot out in concert, searing off these tendrils that go to wrap Maud. Some do wrap, but they're seared off by these red laser I-beams,
Yeah.
and the vines fall limp and fall off of Maud, and is not damaged nor entangled. All right, I love it. That's such a cool scene in my mind theater.
It's very rad.
Yes.
That is effectively all 3 of its turns, and we go back to you with your zilch advantage pool at this point.
So I would like to start with ghost roll 2 dices to do attack.
Okay. I assume to advance.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So you get
Add to the pool.
one little success there.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's very good.
It throws itself into the fray with the other automata, which are being torn to pieces at this point because they're not fighting back, and instead pushes some out of the way, takes some blows, hacks away at other automata, providing a little bit of opening for the rest of you all.
And I'm just going to compare some notes here.
Anyone else prepared, also feel free to jump in. I don't want to rush
Yeah.
anybody, but
No, I was thinking because Callus is, I had like a 1-2 punch in my head just thematically. Callus is like a bit like he's pretty heavily scattered. She's gonna be selfish. I was thinking I could try and advance Outlast through a sensitivity, humanity, honesty roll where I also use up the remainder of the militia.
Can
And
I?
basically,
Here's the
yeah.
thing. If we split our attempts between redirect and outlast, it's going to take us twice as long.
Yes.
Yeah.
We
So which one do
cannot
we want to
swing that.
focus on?
I believe we're at 1 redirect and 1 outlast, right? I have that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we've got to pick one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
My
Well,
vote is
Like-
for redirect. It was implied that it was going to go bad if we outlast. It was implied that that was a bad ending.
It was implied that Maud would get attacked more if we tried Outlast instead of redirect.
There will be narrative
Was-
consequences to whichever you choose.
Yeah.
Yes.
I see.
Mechanically, it's not
So-
going to affect things more than choosing, the difficulty level you'd like to hit, whether that's 10, 8, or 7. But there will be narrative consequences depending on which you go with.
So my pitch is the 8.
Okay. 7. Okay, let me think really quickly. Okay. It's just low hanging fruit for Outlast. Let me think about how you can read. We're trying to sabotage the Tangle's defenses, and also, I guess. Oh, but yeah.
I would say commandeering the cannon is definitely redirect. You are redirecting the cannon's fire away from Alden towards the Tangle, which I think is the strategy you guys were going for. But to draw away and harry the forces with your units and with the turned mechs while you sneak towards, whether that's actually stealthy or whatnot, sneak towards small unit tactics your way towards the cannon, commandeer that and redirect it towards the Tangle, I think is definitely a redirect option. Yeah. That's just how you advance that goal narratively.
Okay. I think narratively I'm gonna do the same thing.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna do a sensitivity, humanity, honesty roll with the militia where Kalos, after, she already took like a scatter, literally just talking to, no, not humanity, maybe like politics, like trying to because humanity is like one-on-one.
Yeah,
politics
this
is,
would
like, a
be
large group.
politics. Yeah,
Yeah.
talking to commanding the entire
And
army.
so then trying to say we need to she's just basically I'm gonna die. I want to die. My friends are putting their lives on the line. I don't want them to die. And you guys are here and you have the ability to change something and do something about it. And we need to get to that cannon. So come with me because you've already made up your mind that you were going to fight.
Okay.
And she's in
Wow.
take.
Okay.
So I imagine because you're talking to the militia, right? You
Yeah.
take to Nefo and you actually fly back over the maze, dodging as you go, of course.
Yeah.
Nefo taking care of that, no problem. And address in the air, majestic as you were addressing the ghosts last episode, telling them to abandon their nice safe posts on artillery and press forward.
Yeah, which
Okay.
might be a mistake because they don't have artillery. But considering that hints were dropped that, that they're gonna get wiped out soon, I was
Mhm.
like, oh. So yeah. And I think Talos is gonna try and appeal to them through like
Okay.
honesty.
Yeah, so you're going what, sensitivity, politics, and honesty?
Yes.
Okay, so 3 from sensitivity, 1 from your season 1 skill, and then 2 from your key of honesty, which will unlock your signature spell pieces.
Oh shoot, yeah, that's a lot of X.
Okay, 6 1 2 4 1 1. That is a potential of 4 successes, 3 of which are edge successes. And you were specifically trying to redirect, right? So
Yeah.
that you would need all 4 and then spend the
Yeah.
unit for the additional 4 to hit that 8 for redirect.
Yeah.
So those edge successes. I didn't hit you for any damage before, did I? You
No.
negated that. So I think that's the damage you're going to take this time around. Same thing happens because you're in the air. They start shooting at you, and you're not able to avoid it this time. 1-to-1 damage, you take 3 damage to your HP.
Okay, there we
Okay.
go.
And you expend the militia and advance redirect.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry to the militia.
Yeah, you are there flying in the air, mostly dodging bullets, at least to their eyes on the ground, but you can feel you are still being pummeled by these attacks. You give off and maybe not impassioned, but assertive
Yeah.
and an honest assessment of the scenario. We're all going to die. Your families, if we don't succeed, are going to die. Get in there and make this a success. And that does rally them. Maybe doesn't do much for their morale, but it does rally them. They are fighting for a future, even if it's a future that they're not going to see. And they charge into the safe corridor and begin engaging. And they take the place of the automata that were just recently torn down as the ghost army moves forward to more directly harry the Tangle forces at the base and harry the creeping Tangle itself. Some of them are up there flying on these flying spectral steeds, trying to get in the way of attacks for Mauld. And of course, the army is part of them are moving with you. Others are moving forward into the city to take the brunt of the damage. And seeing that the militia are coming in, they're leaving the militia to hold the exit. They're not holding the exit. They're militia guys. They will be
This wasn't my plan.
they will be decimated, but
It
Yeah.
will be.
that was gonna
Oh.
come one way or another. The fates had
So-
dictated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to also advance redirect.
Okay.
Because I feel like the only way out of this is to go full throttle.
Okay.
Also, I just want to say, since I unlocked honesty, I unlocked my signature spell pieces, and I lose all my scanners. So 0 scanners back, baby.
Yeah.
That's true.
But you see, I have been waiting because I intend to cast a big spell before I do.
All right.
See, that's why I cast it.
I would like to
That's
cast
smart.
I would like to cast Grim Dominion.
Okay. What does that do?
The area immediately around Marius is effectively the land of the dead. It is ice cold. Frost starts forming on the vines. It is colder than a plant can survive in. And there are these just like specters, baby people we didn't even know were dead. Well,
Mhm.
here they are.
Mm-hmm.
Just like joining Marius and just absolutely kicking ass through the Tangle.
Yeah,
And
Crusaders have a sort of necromantic vibe of their own, and you want to effectively raise your own undead spectral army to aid you and help redirect
Yeah.
this conflict in your favor.
And also just like it's untenably cold.
Yeah.
It's unsurvivably cold.
Freezing the joints of the ancient automata, withering the vines that ensnare them and control them. I like it.
Yeah.
So
It's an 8 scatter
yep.
spell. The lad's
Mhm.
feeling woozy.
Yeah.
But if I can make it to my next turn, I can just try to do something extremely devoted. That's my plan.
I will remind that you guys can chord, which would allow you to share
yeah.
scatter, and you do have a lonely 1 dice in your advantage pool.
Which is why I was thinking we can leave the advantage pool to the double Doyle.
Okay. But if
doesn't
one
wanna
of the double
cancel out
Doyle
anyway.
would like to chord with Marius here, that is an
This
option.
is true.
I would consider that. So far your spell is creating essentially the land of the dead
Yeah.
around Marius, and so you said there are spectral beings coming out of that?
Yeah. Just like
Uh
forging forward and ghosting at the vines to protect the infiltration team.
yeah, I was actually considering it sort of a not quite similar spell, but a spell. I was going to go with Darkness Fortify and take the fortification that the Tangle just got, where they brought in more automata from the ones I stole, and bring their shadows to life to fight them, so that they're fighting their shadows instead of us. So, like, if there's a way we could maybe tie that in.
Well, I don't think that's a chord, because you contribute
No,
only
no.
one keyword to it, and you bolster an
Yeah,
existing spell. So that would allow you to share the scatter, most importantly, and also probably add a minor effect, unless you also wanted to try to advance redirect twice, which would be a whole nother 8. In which point, why share the scatter pool
yeah,
anyway? But if you
yeah.
wanted
Why
to do
bother with
something
that?
like again, create an HP buffer, like they instead attack these specters or their shadows and absorb a certain amount of damage, or if you wanted to buy off a future debuff for the difficulties and make Outlast Destroyer Redirect slightly easier to advance next turn by some degree. Or you could
Yeah,
save your action to simply redirect on your own.
think I might save my action to redirect on my own. I'm gonna see how much I can add to the advantage pool
Okay,
first,
cool.
Love it if you would.
Okay.
because I don't have a lot to scatter
Yeah.
with at the moment.
So we're not going to
So,
chord, so I'm gonna refocus back on
yeah.
Marius.
Yeah.
In order to do this, yeah, you're casting a spell to redirect, so that is a base of 8.
Yeah.
You just gonna take that all?
I am just gonna take 8.
Okay.
I am just gonna have 8 in the pool.
Okay.
Because we have 1 in the pool and I'm not taking that one.
Yep.
And what would the point of that even be?
Sure.
So,
Yeah.
that's where the lad is at. It's Grim Dominion, folks.
Yeah. Describe that.
It's
What does this look like?
it's grim. I think it starts with just like Marius kind of I think Doyle is working on a thing, because Doyle is very much kind of involved with these automata. I think Marius is going to step forward between where Doyle is working and the kind of rest of the forces, and as he takes that step, the grass just blackens around his foot, and this just like circle of frostbitten black grass extends around him for like a good couple meters in every direction.
Oh yeah.
And like the air turns frosty and you can see his breath, and then just these like hazy figures start clawing their way out of the ground and just grabbing vines, and wherever they touch the vines blacken and crumble with frostbite. It's very grim,
Very nice. I love it.
as I gave him that word.
Yep. I love positive uses of grim necromancy spells. That will advance redirect up to 3 out of the 5 you need.
Please help us with our pool.
Yeah, I was thinking I would start by helping with the pool by
Alright.
doing maybe adaptability tinkering to see if I can maybe find a like detachable piece of the automaton that could be used to like blow a hole in a wall in the maze, make it easier to go through.
You are well past the maze at this point.
Oh,
You
right,
are
right.
you are into the interior of the city, and you are looking for the control center of the cannon.
Looking
Oh
for the
yeah.
okay.
And
So
feel free
then,
to add like anything you feel like you would reasonably find in a old Magitech city. Feel free to be like, hey, is there this laying around? Can I use something like this?
Is there a McDonald's? Can I have a cheeseburger?
I mean, in that case, it's an old Magitech city. Presumably, they, in addition to weapons, they also had defenses. Could there maybe be an old, like, use adaptability, survival to look for an old, like, Magitech shield or something to give us some cover as we move towards the command center?
Sure. Yeah. Nice. Nice. Maybe find like an energy barrier you
Yeah,
can erect.
yeah,
Oh.
Yeah, I like it. So this is specifically to advance the advantage pool,
yeah,
increase the advantage pool. Yeah. Okay. Sure.
yeah. So that is 3d6, hopefully. Ooh,
Okay.
2 edge successes.
This was what what were you going with?
This was adaptability survival.
Adaptability, survival.
Yeah,
Uh,
looking for some sort of resource that can make it easier
from
on us.
from what I'm seeing, that should be 4d6. You have
Yeah.
3 in
Oh,
adaptability plus 1 for your skill in survival.
I got so used to rolling understanding that I did 3 instinctively.
Oh.
Still doesn't
All right.
change much,
Okay.
but still, yeah.
2 edge successes and a 6. Okay, so you get 1 automatically. I'll throw that in there. And for those 2 edge successes, let's see. Let's see. I think for you are erecting an energy barrier, but to do so you need to go to the console and kind of expose yourself to some danger. I think I'm not sure that is fair because that's more than the 2 you are gaining. I mean, an easy fallback is simply 1-to-1 damage is an easy fallback. You take damage
I'll
while you
take
are erecting
1-to-one
the field.
damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I could say I'm going to hit you with something, but I'm probably going to do it anyway, and it's more than the the 2 you were going to gain from this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take 1-to-one damage.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah, I like that.
So now we've got what? 4 in the pool?
That is 4 in the pool.
Yeah.
Not huge, but it's something.
Yeah.
And you still have 2 units to call on if you want to completely wipe out your own forces.
Yeah.
Which you might
Which
have to.
we might need
Yeah.
to do.
Yeah, this is a huge battle. Okay. I believe you have one more turn.
I do. I do have one more turn. Let's see. I've already done the Okay, so once again going with the just the advantage pool because I don't think that I have a way to advance things yet.
Sure.
And I know we need more to survive next round.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm going to try for maybe subtlety and tinkering to like discreetly no, that's pretty much the same thing I just did, just using a different roll. Never mind. Um I guess I'll just once again try and just, go with the daring melee and see about just doing some direct attacks to see if we can get a little bit more in the pool.
Okay.
2 successes, 2 successes,
That
2
is 2 die
successes.
6. 1 for daring, 1 for your skill.
No.
No.
Well, you got a 6 there, but in
can't.
the form of 2 3s, which isn't helpful.
I believe that's
We
the
can't.
exact roll that I got last time I tried this.
Mm.
It is,
Mm.
yes.
Wow.
We can't do melee weapons.
No, we
Okay.
can't. We
Yeah.
can't.
Uh, so
No.
what happens this combat? Uh,
We get clobbered is
well,
what
well,
happens.
yeah, you are charging forward to what looks like you have identified what is most likely the command center of this cannon. There is a facility just underneath where the cannon is attached to the wall, and you're heading in that direction. But you are being swarmed by more Thorned automata, and the armies can only do so much to hold their own ground and provide enough safety for you to even attempt advancing forward. Um, Man, there's so much to keep track of. Uh,
What are you looking for? Because I have been keeping good
I'm
notes.
trying. I'm trying to remember what exactly Kalos did. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Oh, Kalos burned the militia and
That's
advanced
right.
redirect.
Yes, the
mhm.
Yeah.
militia comes in. They are why. Yeah, they are providing you the distraction, throwing themselves into danger to allow you to move from your current spot and advance towards this center. While you're doing so, Doyle identifies this smaller command post that can erect a temporary force field, Magitech force field. You rush over there and in the process take some hits yourself, Doyle. Erect this force field, but while you are trying to get behind it, you are engaged by some of these forces. Take out your own weapon and begin melee brawling with these enthorned automata. You fight them back, but not before taking a clobbering yourself as you step back behind the energy barrier as it fully erects. And of course, as Marius is moving through, you leave behind in your wake this cold, dead zone that further hampers these forces. And for now, you have left a major portion of the fray behind you on the other side of this large, glowing blue wall that is set up encompassing, barring off one of these main streets that you are running through. However, there are definitely plenty of side streets for all of the other enthorned automata to pour in from the sides that are not fortified. And we are going to go to the enemy turn. I will say if we can't get to 5 redirect next turn, we're gonna drop into a cutscene. But we'll see if you guys can manage.
I
Um,
think we can.
yeah. So the creeping tangle now gets its own 3 actions. You guys have done a real good job of not letting Maud take damage. You've advanced the pool and you've pressed hard enough that I don't think he's going to have enough turn economy to take Maud out. But I don't think that's going to stop him from trying because these are mortal ancient enemies. Um, yeah, he's not going to use that. Oh no. Oh boy. Okay. That's an option.
Uh-oh.
That's an option. Um, it's just the order of operations I want to do this in.
That's the fun part about GMing this game.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, this fight is so nasty. Why did I design this?
Why are you bullying us?
Yeah, for real. Why you do this to us?
Um, yeah, these two are ancient mortal enemies, Maud and the Creeping Tangle. Of course, the Creeping Tangle is going to try to ensnare Maud again.
Yep.
Okay.
That requires 8 to buy off. Maud takes 1 damage. The damage isn't super important at this point unless we really draw out this fight, which we don't really have the time for. But the second clause in that, redirect or outlast cannot be advanced until destroy is advanced by 1.
Not great. I have a pitch.
Mm-hmm.
How do you guys feel about doing the last round of combat without the lad?
Without the lad. I was hoping we could do a chord together.
Maybe, because here's the thing. My ability, Ghostly Shield, prevents an attack without needing to take successes from the advantage pool. It's an assist ability, which brings me to 5 assist, which
Yes.
means I will be too depressed to engage in combat. If the GM will let me cast spells, I can cast spells. I also
Um,
just really like that he's standing in this dead zone full of ghosts and then
Yeah.
just kind of gets dragged down with them. I
Yeah.
think that's very
That is
let's also not forget that we do have the ghostly shield that I was given and
Mhm.
the
And the
rose
rose.
blossom.
Yeah, some items you can
yeah.
use.
So like we do have other resources we could expend towards like damage and scatter.
Hmm.
Can
and
the
the
rose fix assist scatter?
Um, no,
Okay.
no,
Mm.
Okay.
because
Well,
that is a separate like temporary entity that you're calling on. I don't think your ghost pals can break the
yeah.
the rose and get a benefit from it. Um,
Okay.
yeah, I don't. It was designed for each of your characters' personal scatter.
Another option is to burn the ghost army and burn the 4 in the pool and get clobbered.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an option.
yes. Yeah, I think either way, it's like one of us will. Well, okay, between Marius and Callus, I could see if we don't take if we don't protect Maud, then and they get then it's like you have to advance destroy. I can see
Yeah.
Callus dipping way too far and also not being able to just communicate, which
Yeah.
wouldn't probably be helpful. But then yeah, too depressed to. I mean, here's the thing. I'm pretty sure we can finish. We can advance redirect.
As long as it's not forbidden to us, I think you're right.
Yeah.
But we
Yeah,
mustn't allow it to be
Yeah.
forbidden to us.
Yeah. This
that's
would
true.
prevent redirect from being advanced until destroy is advanced, which requires its own 10 successes. This is
Burn
a
the ghost
nasty
army?
ability.
Yeah. I'm with you on it.
Okay, let's burn the ghost army.
Okay.
Go down to 0 and
Yeah, and the
then
advantage pool.
get clobbered, and I'll save ghostly shield in case the clobbering is unsustainable.
Yes.
Okay.
Goodbye to the ghost army.
Oh no. Yeah. So the ghosts, a good number of them were up on flying spectral steeds anyway, and they see these massive vines again come from the creeping Tangle, all from shoulders and forearms and chest and around its head, throwing the mass of itself. You can see its total density look like it drops by half as all of these vines are thrust in Mold's direction and try to pierce and wrap around them. And these ghostly soldiers throw themselves in front of it, recognizing Maud as their savior from all those, however long ago it was, and throw themselves into these vines and are torn apart by them. Ephemeral spectral energy being scattered to the winds, but the vines stop short, clash with solid ephemeral energy, and fall just short of Maud, who continues their assault on the Tangle. That is, however, your ghost army decimated, and you have no advantage pool, so I get to do whatever I want to you now.
Oh, we
Okay.
have one more army we can
You do have one
expend.
more army
Yeah.
you can throw at it, and some assist pool abilities, which I think you're going to need. Because with this, the Tangle roars in frustration that it's even a possibility of his defeat. Maud twice being saved from this tangling grasp, looking down on this fray, its soldiers being decimated in their own right, and these pesky little ants of humans who think they can fight against the creeping Tangle that will subsume all of reality for their benefit. What could be better than being one with the Tangle roars out in frustration, and piercing into your minds is a tangled future. Visions of the Tangle's success briefly pierce into the Rangers' minds. You see your lives being subsumed by the Tangle. Each Ranger scatters 3 and cannot roll sensitivity next turn. This costs 5 to buy off.
Hey, could you
Get
chuck
it?
the thingy at me, please? So I go
Yes.
take a nap, please?
Yes.
I would love it if you would do that.
You could take the hit. Yeah. This is an ability that affects all of you. So how would that take? How would you take the hit of an attack
Oh,
that affects
no.
everyone?
No,
I
no.
checked the thingy. I mean the rose thingy.
The
Oh,
rose.
the
Yeah.
rose.
So
I see. I see.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I'm at 8 scatter.
Yeah.
I will take a
Yeah.
nap if this hits me. And
Yeah.
yeah, and we're trying not to have that happen.
Yeah.
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 I can't be forced to gain scatter, so shout out to Doyle.
All right.
Yep.
That's true.
Just gonna take that.
Okay.
I was just like, wow, I feel great. Like this. Oh my gosh. Like you guys.
Yeah,
How
Doyle
much does
can.
the thingy remove?
I believe
2, right?
3.
3.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it can
Yeah, so
be
it's
crushed
1 to 1.
to restore either 3 HP or negate 3 scatter.
Okay, so that puts that keeps me at 8.
All right.
Woohoo.
So I think all of you charging forward, somehow this, I think it does still affect Kalos, but you push through it. You connect with all the vines here. You understand what it's doing. It's vile, it's dark, it's evil, but it's still a force of nature that you understand. You have a connection to as a cavalier. You understand what it's trying to do to you, and you realize it's a false vision, and you push through it. But Doyle and Marius, you are briefly entranced. Entranced is probably the wrong word, but barraged by the futility of your actions. Vines subsuming the communities you know, turning these people you know into the husks you've seen before, flowers out of their head, contently staring into the distance, feeling the contentment that is being one with the Tangle. And then you feel yourself falling into that as well. Why are we doing this? This is futile. We can all just relax and be part of the Tangle. We can be one community. We can just be tangled up in this shared existence. And you scatter briefly and you realize that Marius, there in this sort of shared half vision, is getting lost in this. And Doyle, I think, as you were passing this to Marius, because Marius would otherwise scatter here, probably isn't in the best mind to use it themselves. I think you take it and you smash it into his hand, and the energy is absorbed into Marius. And Marius, in your own sort of half vision, Doyle, you just have to sit through this and ride it out. But Marius, in your own half vision, you feel this gust of rose-scented wind sweep over you, eroding the vines that take your friends and family back home and in the Legion, subsume the works of architecture that you have built. But all those vines dissipate in this rose-scented wind.
I think Marius reaches down, puts his hand on Doyle's, and says, "Why do people keep showing us visions of things?"
Okay. That was only its second action. It gets one more.
Don't make me do it. I'll do it.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, what is it? It's already tried to ensnare Maud. That didn't work. It tried in Thorn. I'm not gonna do that to you again. Not just yet. It has other abilities that I want to use. That one doesn't make sense because you're not advancing that. I did that. It's already used reinforcement, so it has its soldiers back. What are we looking at damage-wise? I don't think any of you are too catastrophically damaged.
No, I've only taken 3.
Yeah.
So,
Is it time for the fabled firing line?
Doyle's at 5, so
Oh,
yeah.
Doyle's at 5?
Yeah.
not great, but not terrible.
You guys also, I did cast something that takes off 2 damage.
Oh yeah,
That is
Right.
true. You have that
Don't
shield.
worry.
I wanna blast that shield. Yeah. I'm gonna do that.
Okay.
That's gonna be a cool narrative moment. I'm gonna use Thorn Lance.
Thornlance.
Yeah.
Okay.
So as you are running to the command center for this massive Magitech cannon, you notice off to one side there's a smaller array of cannons or smaller ballista or whatever they may be that are likewise entangled, and you see a few of these automata turn on and start working with one of these cannons. There is a larger one that turns towards Doyle, and that red eye beam focuses and sort of like a sniper scope beam I'm forgetting the word for this, laser sight, beams down on Doyle's chest as these two automata turn this, artillery cannon towards Doyle, and it flashes in this red energy, and the thorns around it grow, and the tips of them begin to glow red as they release and spray a hail of sort of energized plasma thorns towards Doyle. This would take 5 to buy off. You don't have it. You don't have the resources for it. But it is going to do a whopping 5 damage to the ranger targeted. But you do have that shield.
Oh,
yeah, I've got the shield that Kalos gave me and the ghost shield.
Yay!
And I think I'm going to use them both.
The ghost shield is only for taking a hit, and you are being targeted
okay,
anyway.
Yeah.
Then
yeah.
But
So
2 of that
just
5
that.
damage will be absorbed by Kalos' shield, which is enough to save you.
I will be at 8.
Yeah.
8 damage.
So this red laser sight pierces through this sort of pink bubble surrounding you, and all of these thorns shoot in your direction, searing red hot, and enough of them are stopped by this shield as there is rippling on this pink energy shield before it is dissipated, cast into the air, and you still take a barrage of superheated thorns, but enough that you're still up. Pained, bleeding, bruised, and limping in the direction of the control center as we return to your own turns. It's the final push, guys.
Here's what I would like to do. I would like to grab the energy shield that Doyle scavenged from Doyle.
Okay.
And
what are you referring to?
On
his last turn, he erected a stationary fortification barring the street. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think what I've got to think of something good to do that hopefully is adaptable.
I got you. I'll go ahead and advance redirect. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to cast Blossom Thorns. And what I'm going to do is replace the Tangle's Thorns. Well, not all of it, obviously. I think that would actually knock Kalos out and then some. But just the ones that seem to be the main attacking forces, the ones that the set of thorns that she sees that are really like always like ensnaring Maud. And she's going to cast this spell that replaces the thorns with just like little pink flowers, little rose flowers, in fact.
Oh, that's nice and good.
Yeah.
Kalos' spells are so wholesome.
Okay.
Over here casting Grim Dominion.
I think it's really. I also like that fact that like I just remembered the pink bubble that's like a shield that automatically protects. It's like the pink bubble just floats as he like walks with Grim Dominion.
So you want to send out a wave of magical energy that turns thorns into roses.
Yes.
I love
and, like,
it.
the kind, like the stuff that you can like. It's so nice.
I love it. I love it.
Nice for touching.
Yes.
Okay, so to advance redirect, that is a base of 8.
And I'll take all of them.
You take
so
all
now
8.
I'm back to 8 out of 12.
That is one extra benefit of completing your key. You go down to 0 scatter. Which you already did, which means you have this to spend.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yes, because I have the blossom. Yeah, the benefit, and I have the blossom spell piece too.
Yep. Okay.
I could have saved completing mine for a little later. You were smart about that.
That's the min-maxing strategy.
Yeah.
I waited too long. I held off just one turn too long.
Yeah, if you wait too long, you risk getting knocked out. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So you definitely found the right moment.
That's redirect advanced up to 4. You need one more to resolve this crisis.
I believe in both of you two with your 2 turns.
Yeah, you have 4 actions, but nothing in the advantage pool.
The first thing that happens is the ghost takes its last turn.
Okay.
And gets a success.
One
success. We have 1 in the pool now.
Yep.
Which is one that we didn't have before. Thank you, Ghost.
Yeah.
The next thing that I would like to do is shove Doyle into the control room and just I'll cover you. do what you have to do. Roll adaptability tactics
Okay.
Okay.
plus devotion.
Okay.
I like it.
Um,
Wow. He said
adaptability tactics to me sounds like you are commanding somebody to do something. It sounds like you are
Okay.
trying to throw yourself in front of the danger that Doyle would. You were
Let's
trying to absorb
see.
danger from Doyle.
Yeah, basically the way I see it is like he saw the thorn lance go off and was like, "Oh, okay, I need to adjust my understanding of this situation and I need to get Doyle out of harm's way
Mm-hmm.
from this thing that I've just noticed."
Mm-hmm.
That being said, he can also just like brace up spear in hand and roll adaptability mid-range weapons. Just like position himself in a place where anybody trying to get to Doyle has to go through him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Oh.
you guys, all three of you putting 3 points into adaptability are really trying to stretch adaptability
We
on me.
are. We are.
Yeah.
It's
I
about
don't-
reacting to change.
It's
The thorn lance
Yeah.
was a big change. It almost killed Doyle.
all right, all right, all
The
right.
thorn lance was a big change, and Mari's like, okay, new tactic.
You
Yeah.
are adapting your tactics.
I'm
Sure,
adapting my
so
tactics to the thorn
smart.
sure,
lance.
Yeah.
sure.
Ignore the fact that I can't do jack against the thorn lance with a spear. I'm not telling Doyle that. That's
Yeah,
not the point.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. I'll allow it.
All right.
I'll allow
All
it.
right. That's 6 of them. How do I do that again? I
Slash
use this.
R66.
Yes.
Yeah.
I go into the menu. I got a success.
Wow.
Oh.
Oof.
That puts
Here's
us at how many successes? in
2.
total?
2.
2?
A whopping 2.
That's, you know.
Here's the good news.
Oof.
It does bring me back to 0 scatter.
Woof.
Yay.
Okay.
Let's do a chord. Let's do a chord.
Well,
I
that's
have
both turns from Marius
one
and
scatter to spend, so
yeah.
Can't we take the brunt of the scatter?
It
Yeah,
costs
I
an
mean, if-
action to use a
Yeah.
chord. It costs your action to chord.
but like if I start the chord, can they jump in without having an action left?
No.
No.
If you want a chord, you have to get through another enemy phase.
Never mind.
Okay.
Finish
This
it.
is
Finish
entirely on Doyle right now.
Yeah.
And I
Entirely
love
on
it.
Doyle. All right.
Marius throws you into the command center. Kalos is outside turning thorns to roses and sort of a good aligned poison ivy. We have Marius throwing himself in front of danger as he pushes you, Doyle, into the command center, and you are tasked with turning this thing on and ending this fight.
All right.
You have 1 scatter left, huh?
I have 1 scatter left.
If you roll really well, we
If
have
I
2 in
roll-
advantage pool.
Two
we
in the
have 4
advantage pool.
successes from a unit.
You can
so
sacrifice
you
the
only need
Legion.
2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if we're
Wait,
willing to
we-
sacrifice the Legion, I think we can do this.
It's really messed up though.
It
It's
is.
messed up.
It
Let me
is.
take a look.
You could advance the scatter. Advance the advantage pool and then see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think first I want to try and advance the advantage pool.
Well, hold on.
Yeah, because if you basically have 2 turns
Yeah.
to make up 6 successes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
Possible.
Can you also use key pieces now? Because when we use all 5, it resets to 0, right? So you could theoretically use your key.
It resets at the end of the arc.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
yeah. Yeah.
No.
So I can't do that anymore.
I have an extremely wacky pitch.
Okay. What's your extremely wacky pitch?
You have the ability through your assist pool to cast a chord with someone who's not in the scene.
That is true.
You could chord with Maud.
I could chord
You
with
do
Maud.
it!
Chord with
I think
Maud!
how much scatter can Maud take and still do this?
5.
You do have 2 turns, so you can put some stuff in the assist pool and then
Oh.
burn it on the second.
Fingers.
I'm not going
Yeah,
to tell you what she can use, but if you make her take too much, she might not make it. She might
First thing I'm gonna
overscatter at a
do.
critical moment.
First thing I'm gonna do is
Day.
I'm gonna use understanding tinkering to try and turn on from the command center, turn on more of the automata on our side.
Okay.
So that'll be adding to the assist pool.
All right. I like it. I like it.
That should be 4d6. Or no, sorry, 3d6.
Yes, 2 from understanding and 1 from your skill.
Come on.
One success, one edge success. So that would put 3 in the pool. I have 1. Maud can technically do 5.
No, that's what I just said. Like, because it would be perfect.
Yeah, that was just a number
Yeah.
Yeah.
that Donna came up with.
Oh well, yeah.
Yeah,
So
I'm
how
not saying
much
Maud
scatter
has
could-
5 to spend. I'm not gonna tell you a number, but if you force her to take too much, she might not survive this encounter.
That's true. She might not.
They.
Wait.
What would I get for that edge success?
Wait. Hold on. If we take this edge success, but we don't want to kill the Legion. Oh shoot.
We don't wanna.
We don't
well,
want to.
because you are nice and safe in this little control center, because the other 2 of them outside are providing you this assistance. What scatter are you at, Doyle?
I'm at 9.
You are at 9
So
now.
if I do a chord with Maud,
So
we could potentially take 4 from the assist pool, assuming I get this edge success.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take 1, putting me at passed out at this console, and then Maud could potentially take the other 3 that we would need.
Mm-hmm.
We hope, yes.
Oh shoot.
And then we would save the Legion.
Yeah. Marius,
And
you
the world.
Yeah.
you just got your key, right? You reset your scatter,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Oh wait, yeah.
Yeah, so I can't knock you out now.
You can try and knock. Kalos out.
Yeah. Yeah.
You haven't had a combat nap time yet.
Yeah.
It's true.
What is Kalos at?
8 out of 12.
8 out of 12. Yeah.
No, wait, Kalos can't be forced to scatter.
Kalos can't be forced to scatter. Yeah.
Oh, I said it.
You were doing a trick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. She was like, "Oh, I guess Kalos can scatter." I'm like, "Well, she can't."
what are we sitting
so-
at? What are we sitting at health wise?
3 health, full shield, 2 assist scatter.
I got
Now that his
7.
scatter's been dealt with, the lad's okay.
I've got 7 HP left, and
Yeah.
I got 3 out of 5.
I'm the only one that's really hurting here.
Yeah, that's true. And you're
hit points and scatter.
it's only one edge success, but it's at a key critical moment, so I want it to be a big narrative moment. Because you might need this one success, depending on how this goes. So, I will say the other 2 outside. You know what? This is perfect. This is actually perfect. Kalos, you said you were at 3. You were at 7 HP.
Yes.
You have taken 7 damage, or you have 7 HP remaining.
I have 7 HP remaining.
Okay, never mind.
Same.
It's not perfect. I thought I could do 3 more damage to you and take you out. Okay, never mind.
But you can take. I can take 3 damage.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. You know what? You are working quickly. You don't have time to learn these systems, to assess the risk, to do this the right way. You have to make some really incorrect bypasses on these systems. This is unstable. You will get off your next action, but success or failure, the control center is going to, or at least this terminal, the cannon will still be functional. You might have to find another way to use it if you survive. But pass or fail, the command center is going to blow, and you're going to get taken out. Now, I can't say I'm going to kill you because in Heroic Chord, death is a player option, but it is definitely going to knock you out. And the command center is going to explode, and I'll leave that up to you as to the consequences you are willing to accept for it.
I mean, so long as I can achieve the chord with mod,
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
This thing is going to blow. Okay.
Okay.
Oh my god.
You
All
have
right.
4
So
successes in the pool. You
Yep.
have 1 unit, which can be exchanged for 4 successes. You are going to chord with Maud, and we'll see how much you give her. I
All
assume
right.
you are simply
So
trying to advance redirect for 8 scatter.
yep.
For the
Trying to
win.
advance redirect one more time. And I am going to chord with mod, and I'm going to start the same way with the same one I was talking about before with Darkness Fortify, and have the Tangle's automata have their shadows stand up and attack them, and see what mod can bring to that.
Okay. Do you have a way to interact with making this laser do its thing? Because I think that's the final end goal here. I mean, we could save that for the cinematic ending. Uh, you know,
I
after
mean,
you redirect these forces and you survive long enough to press the big red button, um, which is
I
fine.
could do. I mean, if we wanted
Where is Maud?
the lasers to do their thing, what are mod's spell pieces?
Let's see here. Maud. Where'd you go, Maud? Where are you at? There you are.
Where are you at?
Because I'm not sure if they've changed since she was, now a dragon.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Maud spell pieces. I don't think they've really changed, except they do have access, of course, to their signature spell piece. So
Yeah,
they
they.
have Seeing, Summoning, Dangerous, Ascent, Judgment, Scream, and then Cascading Divination, which can, of course, be separated.
Yeah.
You know what? Because they turned into a dragon, and I think it's an interesting word, I will also give you the word dragon.
Dragon. Okay. Well. Um. I mean, I could try Revolution Fortify to turn the cannons towards the city.
Can I make a pitch?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Are you open to pitches?
I am,
I really
at
like the
least.
words desperate revolution.
Desperate Revolution could work too. Yeah, I mean, I would do Desperate
I think
Revolution. It
if
is
there was
my last stand. I need Maud's help for it, and we're just turning the cannons towards the city with it.
if there was ever a time to use the word desperate, it is now.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah, Desperate Revolution.
I mean, yeah, because I don't know if we're gonna make it past the next round.
I'm standing immediately adjacent to this soon to explode building. I'm expecting to face consequences for that. Um
Yeah. I can't use Nefo's ability to literally escort Callus out of harm's way, so we're all a little bit desperate here.
Yeah, I think Desperate Revolution would work from my perspective.
Okay. Yeah.
And then Maud can add to it whatever she would like,
Yeah.
or whatever they would like. Sorry.
Okay. Desperate Revolution. You've realized you've tried to patch this thing as best you can. You're a tinkerer, but not of ancient technology. This is past what you are capable of dealing with. You recognize the basics. You've done some patchwork, redirected some arcane energy, redirected some actual electricity from some power source you can't identify or figure out. You've done as much redirecting as you can, but you're pressing the big red button and you can't work, and you say, "Screw it, magic, we're making this happen." You are
Yep.
throwing your consciousness into the ethereal, exerting your will over at least the magic portion of this magitech, and calling on Maud to come and pick up the slack. Desperate revolution. You are desperate to make this happen. You are using the old pieces of this society that has been subsumed, consumed, turned against itself and others, and you are spearheading this revolution. Not only the one you are engaging with here with the army outside that is almost completely decimated at this point, but the revolution of these enslaved individuals that are beyond saving, but perhaps not beyond rest. And calling down Maud, I think they're going to fly down, they're going to roar at the creeping Tangle, blasting it backwards, fly down and sort of wrap around this cannon, forcing it into the correct alignment, aligning Maud's dragon head in the line of the cannon is going to augment that with a blast of their own, combining, almost fusing Magitech and Dragon, these two power sources, together to create this dragon cannon.
Is it a divine dragon cannon? That was a joke only for Pat. Thank you, Pat.
Pat's chuckle was what made me
Yep.
laugh.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, so I think this is going to be a desperate dragon revolution.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Alright, so that's
so you need 8.
me unconscious.
That knocks you unconscious. You take 1. You use 4, the 4
4
from your
the
pool.
And then give 4 to Maud.
3 to Maud.
Or 3 to Maud.
3 to Maud. Okay.
Please be okay, Maud. Sorry we asked you for 3 scatter, Maud.
Yep.
God, please do not.
This is
Please
such
do
a good cinematic ending. Okay.
Please don't take a nap.
Maud wraps around the cannon, forming this desperate dragon revolution cannon, which is an anime attack name if I've ever heard one. Rips it up in that direction and lets out a roar of pink rose-colored flame and energy and electricity as it shoots out and burns into the chest of the creeping Tangle, this massive body of thorns and vines, already slightly glowing red from within in demonic frustration and anger and will to consume. And this beam, this ancient large cannon, probably meant to take out approaching Magitech siege weapons, far greater than the siege weapons you could create today, is now turned on the central castle and the creeping Tangle itself as it blasts this huge crater into the chest of the Tangle that continues to burn deeper and spread across its chest, spreading not in usual crimson flames, orange, white, flickering flames, but in this rose-colored energy that continues to cascade as this beam, wave after wave, cascading pink beam, slams in, envelops, and spreads through the Tangle, eating out the center first, and then spreading down the arms, spreading down into the base over this castle, spreading up into this mass of spiky thorns jutting from what looks vaguely like a skull. And it rears back and screeches, screams, howls in pain and frustration as it is literally burned out from the center. You can see blackened, charred remains of vines being thrown off, a haze of ash beginning to rain down from where it stood, and the last thing to dissipate is that skull as it tries to extend itself out above this cascading burst of energy as it lets out one final bellow, which just quietly gets cast to the wind as there is no more creeping Tangle. That pink energy washes down the base of the castle, further enveloping all these vines, starting at the castle, but flowing down through the castle, down through the interior wall, through the castle town surrounding it, through all of these automata and other fortifications and armaments. And you can see the vines get encased in this pink rose-scented energy. The rose blossoms, Kalos, that you replaced the thorns with, blossom and grow and sort of sparkle and emit this sparkling pollen of energy as it bolsters this effect in your localized region. And the vines glow in this pink and then begin to gray and brown and wither and burn away as the entire city is dethorned, detangled, burned out from the creeping mass that was the Tangle.
We did it.
We did.
And then the
We
cannon
did
and
it!
its control center detonate.
Wow.
There is an explosion of pink, fiery, crackling, electricity-filled Magitech energy as the whole command center goes up. The two of you on the outside are flung meters away, probably slamming into the automata that you were fighting that are now no longer entranced by the Tangle, controlled by the Tangle, and are probably just going through like a reset or something. You clatter against this wall of Magitech machines. You're not sure what fate befell Doyle on the inside of this explosion. And Maud was right on top of the cannon when it went.
Not great.
Oh, not ideal.
But the creeping Tangle has been destroyed? Question mark? Or simply
Question mark.
or simply this is one more cycle in a seeming never-ending feud between the creeping Tangle and Maud, the Rose Warden.
Marius is gonna scramble to the ruins of the command center real fast. Or as fast as he can, given that he just took a nasty tumble.
Yeah. I mean, you guys, if you are not knocked out by HP damage, which I'm not going to force on you because I think it's more interesting if we play out this scene, but you are heavily battered and bruised as shrapnel just flies all over the place. Your head is ringing. Your vision is blurry. You try to stand up and you stumble and more fall in that direction as you are bleeding profusely from pieces of metal sticking out of your body, cuts all over the place as a whole command center exploded, and ears ringing, eyes blurred, throw yourself stumbling towards the wreckage of this area.
Alex is gonna get up and try to do the same, but she can't make it, and she's going to collapse onto Nefo.
Mm-hmm.
And this is such a gory image, but like the blood from her wounds drips onto Nefo's white body and white fur, and she closes her eyes.
Okay.
Yeah. Doyle, this was not what I meant. This was not what I meant, Doyle.
Doyle, are you alive in this rubble? I'll leave that to you.
I kind of like that being a mystery to everyone.
Sure.
Like the scene closes without knowing Doyle's true fate.
I am happy to do that. We can call this. We can throw up the fin screen whenever we want here. Yeah. I like that though, because if Doyle is alive, he is covered in rubble, and you will need to spend time fishing him out, uncovering him.
Luckily, we have a legion to do that. But,
Right.
Yep.
Because we are well over.
So over.
Even past over. the 7 o'clock time that we usually try to end at, even for our after shows, we went a little over there. So anyone following along, well, obviously you've been entranced in this as much as we have because you're still here. But I have had so much fun. We are going to end with one final cutscene as we see Marius feebly throwing himself at this rubble of large pieces of metal and wires and burnt away large vines and whatnot as you were taking chunks of stone from the street and large pieces of metal and trying to move them out of the way, trying to get to Doyle. The camera moves over past this slump of Kalos bleeding onto both of them unconscious, but in this instance, unconscious alabaster form of Nefo, her crimson blood staining his alabaster fur. Neither of them particularly responsive as the camera continues to move over as you see the Aurora Legion, multiple green banners waving in the air as they continue to push through past these automata that have gone inert at this point, and they rush over in your direction, initially cheering, screaming in triumph, and then realizing the state in which you are all in, and they somber and rush to your aid. A small detachment goes over to Kalos and Nepho and begins administering first aid. Kalos and Nepho, do you pull through? I think so.
We are not
I think
waking
so.
up anytime soon.
You are out. You're going to spend a lot of time in a field hospital, but you survive, and I like that.
Yeah.
Another detachment goes over to Marius, and some of them have to actually pull you away from the rubble
Yeah.
because you're in no condition to be doing this. You are 1 foot in the grave on your own.
Yeah.
They pull you away and begin administering first aid to you as a number of these soldiers take the place of your work, moving this large mass of metal out of the way. And then as the camera pans out, you see a large girder of some kind, some support structure that was holding up this cannon, move out of the way as you see this gleam of white porcelain scale sort of push, slump, and you see this rose covered gleaming antler of the Rose Warden's draconic head lift itself out of the rubble and weakly collapse to the side. Surviving? Maybe. Job done? Certainly. At least for now. At least for this cycle.
Yeah.
Will she remember? Will they remember? Will they persist? Will they have to do this all over again? That's a story for another age. Should the Tangle creep again?
We did it.
Yay!
The end.
Yay. We did it.
We did it.
We did it. We did it. That was hard. That was
It was.
hard. That
God.
was
That was very difficult.
hard.
That was
We barely
perfect.
did it.
That was perfect.
We barely did it.
Perfect.
Oh.
Okay. Okay.
Uh,
I like to, and we're on. What are we looking at for time? I know we've already went over. Does anyone immediately have to rush off?
no. No, I'm good.
I don't immediately have to, but I have to soon-ish.
7:30?
You know,
8 o'clock? What are we looking at?
I could.
No pressure at all. You need to go. You need to go. We are well over time. I'm not holding you to anything.
I could probably go to like 7:30, but that's only like 10 minutes away.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that is enough. We're not going to get to an after show, unfortunately. We can talk about some things on Discord, but that's going to be a big portion of next week's episode. The recap and post game analysis for not only the demo play but the game as a whole. We'll talk about that later. I would like to, if everyone else would like to, do a sort of fade to sepia prologue of everybody. Skip ahead an indeterminate amount of time in the future if you have conclusions to your own story. We could simply end it here with Maud may or may not surviving that final push out of the rubble. But if you have a sort of a prologue you would like to have to your character, I don't want to take that away from you because I know we are ending abruptly.
Let's see.
I have like a good idea, but it's very like anime. It's very cinematic.
Yeah.
Do it.
But basically, they pull through. Well, not who's they, you don't know. But basically, Kalos faces her fears and goes back home with Nepho to visit her family. And they're all like they don't know that Kalos is coming home, and they're all around like the dinner table, and they're all like chatting and stuff. And there's a knock at the door, and they're like, "Oh, I wonder who that is." And they get up, And some of them are cautious because there's still horrors around this place and stuff like that, but they are curious to see who it is. And they pull open the door. There's Kalos, just kind of waving, and you can't tell how many or who, because we don't know if Doyle made it or not. But I like the idea that it's kind of implied, it's like still a mystery of whether or not Doyle accompanied Marius and Kalos and Nepho back home. I think that's a very cute scene.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like that. And I do like preserving the mystery of Doyle living or dying, because, like, for the optimists, yes, Doyle survived. Doyle survived, and he learned his lesson that as much as he likes to observe, as much as he likes to learn and wants to know as much as he can about the world, he is in fact a part of it. He does in fact influence it, as evidenced by the fact that every single crisis, every time he was faced with a challenge, he had to throw himself headlong into it. So the optimist can say that he learned his lesson and he went on to, be a part of the world. And the pessimists can say that, he sacrificed himself, and so he affected change on the world without being a part of it anymore.
Okay.
Yeah. I think we see Marius seated at a desk, and he's just finished up writing something. He puts a pen back in a little pen holder and folds a letter, obviously, and tucks it into an envelope. And he's got several envelopes in his hand. The top one is to be delivered to Rose Rest. How many others there are, who knows? But like, these are clearly kind of, he smiles. These are letters for his friends. Um, he's in an unfamiliar barracks. There's an ice blue and white banner hanging. It's the banner of the Glacier Legion. He's been transferred. His room is an absolute disaster. And you see his partner burst in, and she's like extremely little. She's like a third of his size, with like huge curly hair, and she does not stop talking from the second she enters the room. She just goes, and she's just this whirl of hyperactive energy, and she's got schematics in hand, and soon the two of them are looking over schematics for another ship. They're going to be working together on another ship, and he shoves himself back up into a standing position to follow her to the workshop, and he is limping now. He's got an injury that's going to stay with him. But he's also got letters in his hand for people who are going to stay with him too.
Okay.
I like that too.
Yeah.
Is one of them for Doyle? Maybe. You don't know.
Yep. Yep. Okay. And finally, the camera returns to the hilltop, looking down over Rose Rest. Safe and calm, untouched by thorns. The yurt's still there. Somebody in it? We're not sure. It's dark inside. But this breeze sweeps over the scene, causing the rose bushes around it to rustle in the breeze. The flaps of the yurt move slightly, and we can see rose petals drifting along the wind. And then we'll fade out. That's the end of our story.
Hey.
Success.
We did it.
Yeah.
Success.
Very JRPG ending.
Yes.
Good job.
Yeah.
I'm all for it. All about it.
That was so good. That was so good.
Yeah.
That was so good. Oh god, I wish we had time for an after show. I figured this would go over. Finales usually do. It's so hard to cram everything into the last episode. And you guys had some great role play. And we really had to. I really like that we set the scene to your guys' content. We did the maze in a real nice, meaningful, productive way. That really set up things for the crisis itself. And this last fight was an epic of its own. It was crazy. Okay. I don't have a lot of time for the wrap up. We're not going to get to an after show, unfortunately, but that is one of the main draws of next week. So, in conclusion, this has been The Creeping Tangle, our Heroic Chord demo play miniseries. I hope you found it as informative as entertaining. I hope I did a good job. I hope we did a good job of breaking down the rules while we did it, identifying dice pools, when you use them, when you don't, how you make the dice pools, how you read the dice pools, how we negotiate the cost of scatter and edge successes, and all that. It's a game that is really mechanically simple, and it puts a lot of the onus on collaborative storytelling and just being friends around the table, negotiating how the story unfolds in a meaningful and friendly way to everyone's content. And I know we did that. That was a success. You guys have been
Yeah.
so good here. You guys have been friends at my table, and you are welcome back at any time. This
Call
this has
me.
been such a great game for myself, not just for the channel, not
Aw.
just for the show, but for myself. This has been great playing with all of you guys. You are fantastic. I'll gush more next week, because
Aw.
I gotta move on and get through this. Um, this has been so great, and I hope for all of you on the other side of the camera that this has been inspirational to you and you want to run your own game. Uh, I really enjoy this game. I would love to run more of this game. I would love to play in this game. I know I've inspired some people to pick up this game, play the game, run the game, explore the game. So I hope that was you. And you not only have this demo play to look on, we have the tutorials that are coming up. The core mechanics are already posted. It's about a 6-minute long video, I believe. Don't ask me how long it took to actually put that together, but it's a 6-minute long video. It covers all the core mechanics. That is what the facets are and how to define your character with the facets that you have. Brief talk on skills, though you can find more about that in the guide. Uh, and key and how that defines your character. We talked about forming dice pools and the difficulty of that, and the negotiation of successes and consequences and edge successes. So that is the core mechanics. That really is the baseline you need to play the game. You could watch that, and especially if you watched this, I think you should have no problem playing the game yourself. Oh man, this has been a long time, and I have not been hydrating because I've been so engrossed in everything.
Oh no.
But I have more videos, one already recorded, well on the way of the editing process, talking about the discovery rules. That'll be real brief but real evocative. One on spellcasting, one on crisis resolution, and most likely one on encounter building. So look forward to those. If you are supporters of our Patreon and Ko-Fi, there is a plethora of resources there for the GM side of things and for the player side of things. We have character sheets for the player side of things, the after shows, which are a treasure trove of player insight, my own little tidbits of insight, and just so much additional narrative, interesting conversation. Tinfoil hat polishing, random musings. It's fantastic. There's so much great stuff in the after shows. And of course, for the GM side of things, you have my notes on the crises and the stats for the crises. You have my own notes on the discovery rolls we made, including discovery rolls we didn't do. And then I'm going to be uploading the episodic note, so you have my own little breakdown of what I intended for each area, and of course some more secret Maud stuff, because Maud was a whole thing. They're a dragon. Who saw that coming?
Love.
It's fantastic. More on that next week on the extended after show and post game analysis, I'm sure. Okay, I think that's what we have time for. It's been great, guys. It's been so good.
Yeah.
Go follow us on the social medias. Go follow us on Twitter. Not just myself at the People's Ascension. Everyone's handles are up there on the screen right now. Go follow these amazing people. They're great creators, great game players. They have plenty of their own stuff going on, whether it's voice acting or getting their own stream off the ground, or just being an incredible content creator. And
Aw.
yeah, just so much great stuff, so much great stuff. And of course, come hang out with us on the People's Ascension Discord that is linked down below. There are these three amazing people, this all right guy right here, and a number of great creators on there as well, to point you at so many other great games, as well as just other people to talk, really anything TTRPG. You can come on there and you can talk D&D if you want. I love D&D. It's great. It's not what we do here, but if you want to, I am down to talk D&D as much as any other game. So it's not just for indie. It's for any TTRPG enthusiast. So come hang out with us. We'd love to get to know you guys more. Yeah. Support sites, Patreon, Ko-Fi, all that, and tell people about us, because the best way to support a little fledgling channel like this is just to get more eyes and ears on us, so the AI overlords think that we're important. So click all those little buttons: subscribe, like, follow, thumbs, all of that stuff. Go click all those buttons. Okay. Yeah, let me throw it to you guys for our final wrap up. Let's start with Pat, because I know you got to get out of here.
Yeah, sorry I have to
Final
rush
remarks, Pat.
Final remarks. This has been an incredible game with incredible storytelling and incredible role players, and I am so honored to have been part of it. It's a great way to get my start doing streaming. I am planning on launching my own Twitch channel soon, where I'll be streaming a Savage Worlds game that I've been running for 2 years now. The next chapter of that is going to be live streamed, and that'll be twitch.tv/Badger the Cynic. I'm also on Twitter as @Badger the Cynic, and that's where you can find updates for everything else that I'm going to be doing going forward.
All right. Awesome. Good stuff to look forward to.
I'm going to go ahead and sign off early. Sorry for being a little bit rude about that,
Not a
but
problem.
I have a little bit of a time crunch.
Yes, not a problem. Thank you so much for bearing with us this far. Go enjoy your evening.
All right.
All right. Let me play around with some cameras so you're in the right spot. But Donna, yes, thank you so much for being with us. This has been so fun. You have been a blast with Kalos and Nefo the entire time. Closing remarks.
Yeah. No. There's other closing remarks. Very happy to be part of this. Oh my god, Heroic Chord was like, it was so cool. Like, I don't know. I'm like addicted. I would love to play more. I would want to start more of my own campaigns. I might even want to GM one. Oh my god. Ooh. But it's just such a fun game, and I really had such a great time. Yeah, you can find me at Shabro on Twitter. That's pretty much where I post everything that I'm involved in. Whether it's game development, voice acting, other TTRPGs, you can just find me there. Yeah, and that's pretty much it. Again, Kat, thank you so much, and like for creating this amazing, wonderful game. And Jack, thank you for DMing. It's been honestly such a fun freaking time, and I can't wait to talk all about this and gush appropriately long next week.
When we have more
Oh, I
time, I'm
know.
just gonna be making
Yep.
noises the whole time.
Make notes about your gushing and your conspiracy theories and questions. Don't lose it all through the week, because we're gonna have a great post game show and analysis next week. Okay, and taking us away one final time, at least for our demo play, we have the creator of this game and the reason we are all here, the reason we've had this amazing adventure together. Kat, go pitch your stuff.
Bye. I am so glad that everybody has had fun playing my big adventure game. It warms my little heart very, very much. You can find this. The playtest build is free, but there's also a manual you can buy that I painted.
It's beautiful.
I do like to paint sometimes. You can find that and a whole bunch of other stuff, including the Heroic Chord playtest podcast, Sword of Symphonies, at peachgardengames.com.
In the chat.
And yeah, you can also find Blazing Him if there's not enough angel murder in this one. Or enough anime in this one.
Yes.
But I think there's lots of anime in this. There's lots. But Blazing Him is a transparent anime fan game, and I don't pretend otherwise.
Yeah.
I've had a wonderful time. I'm going to talk more about how wonderful the time was next time. But this has been a blast, and I'm just over the moon. I'm just having a great time.
Yeah,
This was a delight.
it was great. It was
I'm
great.
delighted.
Okay, that's all we got. I know I'm bursting at the seams, so I need to go and contain that. We are well over time. Thank you so much, audience, for sticking around with us. I know we
What?
have a few people here who have gone the entire time with us. I'm very
Uh,
glad you've enjoyed the show. Uh, be sure to come back next week for not only an extended after show, but a post game analysis of the game itself. We're going to talk all about the rules, tools, and themes in Heroic Chord, how that broke down, my own GM perspective about how I went about running this game and what I think about the rules. Spoiler: they're all fantastic. I've had a great time. We're going to talk to the players and their own. Insights on how the rules went, how they felt their actionability was, how much actionability they had, and how they went about employing that actionability within again those rules, tools, and themes. So a lot to talk about. If you have questions, drop them in the Discord. Hit me up on Twitter. We will definitely be taking audience questions, whether that's in chat or if you send that to me ahead of time. There will be more content dropped to our support channels. And with that, I think we are all going to go. And I would say descatter, but I think we're just all going to overscatter right now.
Yes.
oh yeah.
Okay.
Bye, everybody.
It's been so great. Yes, when all is said and done and the world has been saved, to celebrate your success, go have a feast of heart tomatoes. They make everything all better. Good night, everybody. Enjoy your evening, and stay safe, stay healthy, stay happy, and keep checking back here at the People's Ascension for more content. We'll catch you later.
Bye.